You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Good morning and welcome to you. Welcome to Waddington, New York, and the last dance of the season, the end of the road for the Bassmaster Elite Series 2024. This is the Humminbird Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River. This is the day we look forward to, Championship Sunday. We're down to 10 anglers on this final day from our original field of 101 who made it through the season somehow, but only 10 have made it to the final day. That's the way it works out here, and we are going to have a great battle out on the water of one of the greatest fisheries in North America, perhaps the greatest tournament bass fishing venue you could possibly find, and that's all by design. We have a great day set up for you, lots of live coverage on the way during the course of this day. And Mark Zona, we go to the Empire State. We love New York, and I know you love this place like no other.
No doubt about it, Tommy Sanders. Reason that this is the #1 lake in the country. Bassmaster Magazine taking a look at our takeoff right there. Waddington, New York. A lot of history there. Big crowd yesterday. And a lot still on the line. Some of the races have been decided. We're going to start to break those down. Really, a lot of the anglers really still vying to win this event. There's been so many races. There's actually still a tournament going on. And really, if you have a shot to hold that trophy, you pretty much need to be around a 5-pound average.
Yeah, we saw some.
Just say that to yourself.
Yeah, I know. That's just unbelievable. 5 years ago, no one would have believed you that sort of weight with smallmouth. But here's the man who tied that all-time record for 5 smallmouth in a single day. And, of course, we're talking about the great Chris Johnston. Certainly, he is a local here. But Chris Johnston, a great advantage over the rest of the field, but that doesn't always work out. Yesterday, it did work out, and he's ready to go one more day.
Let's go for a little boat ride, Brian. One last day. And we are let's put 150 miles on this Ranger Mercury. We're going to the mouth of the lake where we had 29 yesterday, and a spot I've fished for 10 years. And like I said, kind of put it on the map 4 years ago, and made it a community hole. But we're going back there. There's tons of fish, and we're going to see if we can catch 5 giant ones. They live there. Unfortunately, it's probably the best spot in the whole river.
5, 4,
and almost every tournament in the river is one off that spot. I might as well tell people that now because it's ruined. But next week there'll probably be 15 boats start on that spot, and someone's going to weigh 25 pounds. So we're going to see if we can get 28, 29 one last time off it. And it's been good to me many years. So one more day, see what happens.
Doing good, man. I mean, we fought hard yesterday and made some magic happen, like legit bass fishing magic. I mean, I had a last hour of the day yesterday that was just, it was huge for my career. It's the kind of tournaments we strive to do. You know, I'm in no contention to win this thing by no means, but like I said, man, we had a lot on the line yesterday. Bassmasters Classic, you know, just overall points and just, you know, I was due for a good tournament, and it's been a little while since I've been in the top 10, and it just feels good to be back here. And today we got nothing to lose, man. Like literally, we can't go a place lower, so we're just gonna go have fun. I'm gonna fish some of the stuff I fished yesterday, catch as many bass as I can. May do a little frogging today. I don't know. I'm gonna go about largemouth fishing, mix it up. Hopefully, give you guys a show and you know, have some fun. That's what we're gonna do today.
I feel pretty good. Just blessed to be here. We're kind of back on weight, so the pressure's really off. We're just gonna go out there and fish for fun, fish free, and try to end the season on a high note. We're on one of the best smallmouth fisheries in America, if not the best, and it's showing out this week. Just excited to get out there and see if we can bring in 5 big ones.
We're looking forward to some of the 10 who are out there vying for that all-important final blue trophy of the season, a championship on the Bassmaster Elite Series. They took off about an hour ago there from Waddington, New York, this great venue here. And Mark Zona, it's been a sort of a 2-part tournament. The first 2 days, we had flat conditions, perfect with glorious weather. Yesterday, things tightened down with regard to wind and weather.
Yeah, and really the entire dynamic of this tournament, we talked about it early on day 1, was great weather to get out into the lake. That's where the bigger smallmouth every time we come here, big stringers of smallmouth in Lake Ontario, or the first 3 miles into the St. Lawrence River. That will be a big story this morning. Really, 3 of your top 5 are fishing within a cast of each other. Now, here's the other dynamic here. A lot of wind yesterday, not letting a lot of our anglers get out into the lake. Really only Shanley Hugh, Corey Johnston got out into Lake Ontario. Look for that same scenario today. Big winds out of the south, and you're going to see a lot of big smallmouth caught in a very, very condensed, yesterday morning tense area, at least early in the morning.
Quickly sum up the top of the leaderboard. We got a rookie versus a hometown hero, one of the most outstanding performers over the last 6 years with the Bassmaster Elite Series. You couldn't have a better setup than that.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a David and Goliath story right now in this tournament. If you look at what Robert G has done, a rookie on the Elite Series, not a ton of experience on the St. Lawrence River. That's why he's fishing a community hole that really was brought to the world from Chris Johnston, who's fishing right next to him. It's been a weird dynamic all week. But for Robert G, he is going to have to be absolutely flawless, because one angler in that top 5, they will crack the code in that 26 to 28 pound range. So this thing is far from over. That being said, watch Corey. I know this is the low-hanging fruit. Watch Corey Johnston, for the simple fact, going way out in the lake, violent waves. We got to see yesterday, he was chumming over the side. To me, he is the one, obviously, to watch this morning.
Yeah, I thought you've said that all along. Welcome to Bassmaster Live. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon, the great Mark Zona here. We've heard from him. We also got Ronnie Moore and Mike Sukon. And Ronnie, we're going to get to some of the important business that's already been settled on this very, very important week, but we got a lot more to watch today.
Yeah, there are basically 4 or 5 different things coming into the tournament to watch for. Angler of the Year, Rookie of the Year, if you stay requalified for the Bassmaster Elite Series. And then the last 2, Tommy, last Bassmaster Classic spot and who's going to win this tournament. Those are both up for grabs today. We will see a winner of this tournament, and if Carl Jocumsen, who's in our top 10, starts the day in 7th, if he finishes 4th, he will be the last man in. If he finishes 5th or worse, it goes to Brian Schmidt.
All right. Mike Sukon, what is the top headline in your world today?
Well, besides those awards being done, Friday night, I went and did some math. We had like 8 guys who could get the Angler of the Year, and I did a bunch of equations here to figure out. But it was way simpler than that. It was Chris Johnston getting 25.9 on day 3. Tied the largest smallmouth record of all time.
Hold those
here.
notes up again.
Yeah. That's it. He's first time he's ever brought a prop to the party for the first time. Very nice.
Let's go.
From Mike Sukon. Well, we talk about those 2 big trophies, and one of them very, very important, especially in the last few years. Man. Rookie of the Year is a hard thing to get. Let's take you to the weigh-in yesterday. Dave Mercer and Trey McKinney.
So much on the line, just a few anglers left to weigh in, but this one, an Elite Series rookie from Illinois, Trey McKinney. This is for Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year. It all comes down to this. He needs to finish 23rd place or better. 49 pounds, 9 ounces to add to that 24 pounds, 2 ounces. He moves into 3rd place, makes the top 10, and Trey McKinney is officially the youngest Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year in Bassmaster history.
Well, what a season for Trey McKinney. It became obvious very early on this year. Top 12 finish at Toledo Bend, and then that performance at Lake Fork. It's been used a million times, this term, one for the ages to be sure.
Yep, definitely. I'd really like to jump into the future and look at whatever this young angler's career will end up 10 to 15 years from now. An unbelievable season on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And what's strange about this, and I'm just going to state the obvious, one of the most penalized rookies we have ever covered on his rookie season. And Trey McKinney made the comment. He said, man, you know, it's been an unbelievable year, but what happened coming in late at Smith Lake down in, I think it was 93rd place, he would have dominated the Angler of the Year title, and really made the comment. He said, the only person that has hurt me this year is me. If Trey McKinney next year can get out of his own way, he will go on to do amazing, because he did amazing things this year.
Yeah. Just incredible to watch him, and of course that performance at Lake Fork's going to be in the record books for a long time as the one in the top 4 5-day, 4-day performances with the Bassmaster Elite Series. So Trey McKinney, your Rookie of the Year. Didn't get it locked down until we got here, and there's Lake Wheeler. 22nd place there, hold and serve.
Yep, this angler, rookie angler out of Southern Illinois. I'm very familiar with the area that he lives in, Southern Illinois. It is like no other bodies of water that he got to see this year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. So,
Smith
a lot
Lake,
of potential.
The rules infraction that cost him dearly right there. As you said, this thing would have been over weeks ago.
It would have been over weeks ago. Then another big tournament. Making another cut yet again on Lake Champlain, and really still in contention to win here on the St. Lawrence River.
Then we get out there the first 2 days of fishing. Absolutely staking out his ground in the top 10 and remaining there.
Still fish.
Claimed himself not to be very experienced at smallmouth fishing, but as I think he showed out pretty well for a so-called amateur there. He is a pro in all ways, in all aspects of fishing, there's no doubt.
Yeah, you will see him part of the trio that is fishing just off the Carlton Island Point this morning.
Oh my gosh, that's a big one. Big one. Get in this boat! Oh.
Started this season fresh out of high school.
That's a
18
giant.
years old, turned 19 before he
big.
had that big
If we
tournament
help.
on Lake Fork in Texas. Let's go back to the stage for the presentation with Dave Mercer and Trey McKinney, Rookie of the Year.
Anywhere. I'd like to bring out Craig Storms from Dakota Lithium to hand off the 2024 Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year Award. Trey McKinney, your Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year 2024. An incredible rookie class. In the top of that rookie class, the youngest Elite Series rookie in history, Trey McKinney. And we'll let you go next.
Well, there he is. You summed it up, Mark Zona. But just an incredible season for high points and for low points as well. It was a roller coaster ride, mishaps, but in the end,
Might not be done. Who knows? You never know. We still got a lot of things to wrap up here. No
Absolutely,
doubt about
Ronnie. But you can give us perspective on how important this rookie race is.
Well, it showed us that the Bassmaster Opens EQ, fishing all 9 events to make the Elite Series, taking the top 9, putting them through that gauntlet, worked. All 9 of the Opens anglers that qualified for the Elite Series this year made the Bassmaster Classic. They were tested, and now they have passed the test their rookie year. We will see how it goes from here. But more races were decided yesterday as well, Tommy.
Absolutely. The biggest one of the 2 top awards you can get in the sport of bass fishing, is Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. And that was awarded.
Yes.
Let's take a look right now at a man we met earlier today at the takeoff. That is going to be Chris
One
Johnston.
angler left to weigh in. He is the very first Canadian to ever win an Elite Series event. The very first Canadian to ever win an FLW Tour event. From Peterborough, Ontario, Canada, Chris Johnston. Chris Johnston came into this event with a 6-point lead on Jacob Fouts. Had 43 pounds, 13 ounces. He needs 23.15 to get inside the cut. 29 pounds, 5 ounces. 29.5. Chris Johnston rockets all the way into 4th place at the Humminbird Bassmaster Elite on the St. Lawrence River. And he is officially the very first Canadian ever to win Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
What a wild ending to that race there. And Chris Johnston, the man, he came in here with a deficit to our Jacob Fouts, who had just taken the lead over from our classic champion, Justin Hamner. Big turns all the way near to the end of this tournament.
Yeah, but really put it like this. Coming into this tournament, and everybody that watches here on FS1 that follows the Bassmasters is the last human being you would want going into the St. Lawrence River is this angler right here within reach of that Angler of the Year title. But the one thing that we've learned about Chris Johnston over the years, equally as good Southern Lakes. I mean, one of his victories, a national victory in the state of Florida, there are just no holes in his game. If you look at the way he fishes with his brother, they work as a team, and you say to yourself, man, yeah, they're going to win tournaments, but they share so much information together. Can you win an Angler of the Year title? Evidently, absolutely.
He kind of had it boxed in. He's had a second place in Angler. He's had a third place in Angler. Look, how many more tournaments than not, we always see him creeping up and becoming part of the conversation. That's more than half the time.
A good dude, very, very aggressive on the water. We got to see that yesterday. Really, he saved his season on day 2 this week.
Absolutely. Let's get back out for the presentation of the trophy, the all-important Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
To present the AOY trophy, I'd like to welcome Chris LaBarge to do the handoff. Canada, for the very first time, you have a Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, and it belongs to Chris Johnston. We started with 102 anglers, and now one remains. That one is your Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Chris Johnston. Got to thank Progressive Insurance for their incredible support of this incredible title, the most coveted title in professional bass fishing. And for the first time in history, it goes north of the border. And his name is Chris Johnston.
Well, here's the deal. You get your own chapter in the Bassmaster record book when you win that award right there. But how much more pleasing was it to him to do the biggest tie for the biggest smallmouth day ever in history in order to lock it down?
Why do you feel like Chris and Corey are going to end up fishing against their own children here in the next 25 years?
Oh yeah. I hadn't even thought of that. That's very, very frightening. Let's get out live now to Chris Johnston. He has reached his first spot. He's set.
Here we go.
Little guy.
We will really break down this spot.
Just a little one to start. Number one.
Chris Johnston, just this tournament. The dramas, the ups and downs through this tournament, but the ultimate up yesterday. Getting the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year title there. Right now, though, he sits in 5th place. As far as this tournament goes, and believe me, he wants to win this tournament as well.
100%.
There is no question about that. Drew Benton, the man on top of our leaderboard right now, and our leader to start the day, Robert G., right there tucked into 2nd place. The Humminbird Bassmaster Elite on the St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. Our 10 anglers left in this contest, this end of the year, final day, dramatic ending to the season, have been fishing. Well, they launched about a little less than an hour and a half ago, so most of them by now getting set up. Not all There have been some reports of anglers having to deal with mechanical issues, not unexpected. The beating everyone took yesterday and to start today with the conditions on the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario.
Yes, understand Corey Johnston, a little bit of an electrical issue this morning, having to go back to our takeoff in Waddington, get fixed up. We understand he is also on his way back out now, but losing a little time. That's critical time for Corey Johnston, who is making the longest run of our top 10 to the north shore of Lake Ontario. Looking at Drew Benton right here, and a little bit of weather that moved through. About an hour ago, should clear out here by the end of the day, but Drew Benton, one of the anglers that was making that long run into Lake Ontario all the way out to the Duck Islands on days 1 and 2, opted to do most of his work right around Ogdensburg yesterday and starting there again today. Drew Benton live.
This may be a big one. If it's a bass. It's not fighting like a bass now. Gotta be a big walleye. That's coming up. That's small enough. Still a few there. Ain't that big. Come here. Almost a 4-pounder.
Fish number 4 for Drew. Pretty solid one right there. He'll want something bigger at the end of the day.
Really looking at what he did yesterday, catching over 23 pounds in the river. Here's the difference, gang, from the river to really Lake Ontario, or at least being close to Lake Ontario, which is about an 85-mile run. Your ceiling in the river, I mean, to have a perfect day is really what he caught yesterday. Going off of this year and last year, to catch that 25 pounds to obviously 30 pounds that we got to see with Chris Johnston yesterday, the ceiling is not there in that area. It's just, you would have to hit perfection where this group of anglers are at, right around Carlton and Wolf Island. That is where the giants are at. From there, out into Lake Ontario.
We see Robert G. Trey McKinney. There's Johnson in that area as well. This is Trey McKinney, newly crowned Rookie of the Year. Already has one in the boat.
Can't tell if it's very big or not now. Stop it. Which one it is? I keep trying to grab the other one.
What was that?
Leave it. £2. You know, I just made sure they had plenty of water. I just, you know, I didn't want them to suffocate.
Two not huge in the boat for Trey McKinney, but it's early hours yet in this full 8 hours they're going to get out here on the river, the lake, in some cases. Shane LeCue made a pretty long and
he did
bumpy run out to his spot in the lake yesterday.
And he has definitely laid up today. Yeah. Shane LeCue making a wicked run into Lake Ontario yesterday. Big waves from Cape Vincent out to Stony Island. But he had a little bit lighter weight yesterday, not a lot of time to fish, just over 20 pounds. Opting to stay in the river today, and a good one right here for Shane LeCue.
They are big ones.
We heard a number of guys yesterday at the weigh-in say they went out, took a look at the lake, and said, "Nuh-uh," and turned around.
So you turn that corner at Cape Vincent, you see the wrath of God out in Lake Ontario. And really, that probably played the biggest factor in the Angler of the Year title with Chris Johnston. You got to see guys like Justin Hamner early in this week, and Jacob Fouts. Really, Jacob Fouts coming into yesterday morning in the driver's seat and controlled his own destiny. But when he got to the mouth of the river and not able to get way out to the islands, to Main Duck Island, that was the biggest factor. Mother Nature was Chris Johnston's best friend coming into day 3.
Good point. That's a great point. Shane LeCue can only fall 2 points today, pretty much locked in his position. Bassmaster Classic 2025. Man, oh man, what a great day we have ahead of us. Looks like Shane's figured out something else, not way out in Lake Ontario. We'll be right back with more. Thursday night, it's baseball night in America on Fox as Bryce Harper and the Phillies take on the NL East rival Braves, or Jose Altuve leads the Astros against Gunnar Henderson and the O's. It all begins Thursday night at 7 Eastern on Fox, so check for the game in your area. It's game on the final day of the year. Last day of school, we call it that sometime. On the Bassmaster Elite Series, this is the Humminbird Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River. What a great fitting place to wrap it all up. Such a dynamic fishery, so many changes, so much asked of the anglers here as well. And these guys, there's the top 10 who've responded best of all.
Yeah, and really, if you kind of put into perspective what's gone on this week, look, a lot of these anglers, like you're looking at right here, a Robert G., a Chris Johnston, a Corey Johnston, we're going to get out with Robert G. right here, and this was moments ago. These anglers have caught that weight, going to scare 100 pounds by the end of the day, in about 3 hours of fishing every day due to that run time to Lake Ontario. So coming in here, we heard it was going to be a little bit tougher this time around. Not the case.
Yeah. So just moments ago with Robert G.
Come here. Come here. Come here. Yes. 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 First cast. Four and a half.
Good solid one there for Robert G. He has had a second, a third, and a fourth in his rookie season here. He's looking to hit for the cycle today.
It's not quite the flush. Cycle is a great way to put it. First, second, third, and fourth would be a great way to cap it.
He is actually hooked up live right here. And we have wondered, this spot, obviously, Chris Johnston right over his right-hand shoulder right there. Would this spot hold up? Because it has been throttled since day one. Right off the main shipping channel, you look at that green buoy right there. All these anglers in about 30 feet of water, casting right off the channel out to about 52 feet. And there's one key rock formation that has housed
baby, let's go.
dozens of bass that size. There has been hundreds of pounds of bass caught there the last 3 days.
You had it made on the second day. You said, I think this place is reloading. And you were right. Man, oh man, it's really the first great spot when you get off the lake, right?
Yeah, and one of the weird things yesterday, so you see as
4-6.
close as Chris Johnston is, Chris Johnston would catch, you'd see Robert G catch a 5-pounder, and Chris Johnston would catch a 6-pounder. Like they're literally making the same throw, but every one of them that Johnston put in his boat yesterday was, his smallest yesterday was Robert G's biggest. Quarter-ounce jig head minnow. Most of the soft plastic minnows that have been used this week, you can call it a Sakamata style bait, which a lot of our viewers know what that is, but basically it's a 5-inch shad style bait. That bigger profile has been key throughout this tournament for all of those anglers in that area.
Last year's champ starts today in 10th place. Patrick Walters, there he is.
Those are bass.
Walters and 3 other anglers into the Century Club in this tournament here last year. Incredible performance.
And that's not a resting on what got him here. This is a totally different region than what he had success last year.
That's a lanky bass. Goodness.
Not making that run here today. He got close to the mouth of Lake Ontario yesterday, was all the way in the lake days 1 and 2, an area where he did a lot of his damage last year.
I've never seen one this skinny.
Let's get back out to Shane LeHue.
Yeah. Shane LeHue has made his way near the mouth of the St. Lawrence River, around the Cape Vincent area, about a mile away from the Rookie Trenasse area of Carlton Island.
Got one solid one already. No,
it's
not
a
a
little
giant.
One benefit yesterday and today, a lot of the anglers fishing in the river, especially around Cape Vincent, is the south wind pushing with that current, pushing upstream. Basically, it just accelerates that current. And really, we've got to see throughout this tournament in years past is when that wind blows with the current, man, they bite. They bite in a big way. But if you get an east, or tomorrow we're going to actually get a northeast wind, that is not good. It actually slows that current up, and a lot of these fish don't position as well.
10-2, yeah.
Also in our top 10 today, Jordan Lee, first year back in the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Big bag yesterday.
Multi-year. Absence is doing great this year.
Almost
Absolutely.
28 pounds yesterday with Jordan Lee. He has made his way in the Kingston area, but you're seeing a lot of those waves are coming right off of the main lake. And he's actually not even out in the elements, so it'll be very interesting to see.
Wow.
When we get a picture with Corey Johnston, he's about another 8 miles to the west of Jordan Lee when he gets to his area, and it will be ripping there this morning.
get with our newly crowned 2024 Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Chris Johnston now out there trying to win this tournament as well.
All right, not seeing as many. Had 3 bites though. Just missed one right now. Let's see if we can trick one of these right here. There's a bunch right here. Definitely a little slower start than yesterday.
Okay, so what we're looking at right there is, like we said, they're sitting in about 28 to 30 feet of water. And if you look to the right of the screen on his graph, shooting out about 90 feet off the front of his boat, that break right there and that rock formation where it cuts off 70 feet in front of his boat has been the biggest key. His bait's falling right there in about 80 feet in front of his boat. And one of the biggest keys is a very, very light jig head for fishing in the river. These guys are all using right around 1/4 ounce, but it lets that bigger soft plastic just naturally flow with the current. And what's been interesting to watch with their forward-facing sonar is when one commits, it's unbelievable. You'll see a lot of fish in the area, little wolf packs, but you'll see one react differently and race to the bait. But then it seems throughout this tournament, it just ignites the rest of the school in the area. But that key formation between 30 to 35 feet of water has been the magic. And that shipping channel reloading this spot every single day.
Well, Chris himself said a little bit slower start for him today than it was yesterday. Just about any kind of start.
Hey, everybody's playing nice, though. Everybody's playing nice.
Everybody is staying in their own lane, doing their thing. We look forward to some big-time competition breaking out before too many more minutes have passed on this important morning, last event of the year. Robert G. on top now with 87 pounds, a 3-pound advantage of Drew Fenton right now. Shane LaHue, Trey McKinney, and Corey Johnston still yet to get to his main spot. Bassmaster Elite Series. This is the Humminbird Elite from the mighty, powerful St. Lawrence River here, Waddington, New York. Hats off to our fantastic host city, which provides us so many great crowds through the years. Great to be back in Waddington this year. A lot of that barge traffic, which is adjacent to a key spot in this tournament.
Yes.
Certainly made a lot of people surprised to find out how much it does affect the fishing.
No doubt.
And not in a bad way.
Nope. When those barges come through, push a lot of water and definitely activate it. It does something with the current that activates a lot of the smallmouth here on the St. Lawrence River. We're going to slink out here. Newly crowned Angler of the Year, Chris Johnston. 1 fish in his live well so far. Boy, we are seeing something we have not seen the last couple days. Very small fish so far this morning.
Yeah.
That is something that was not in the area the last couple days.
I don't even really want to put them in the live well. Probably shouldn't.
This is a disaster.
Trey McKinney.
Oh my goodness, there's
A
so
little
many
bit
down there.
more in the main shipping channel off the edge of that break.
There's a bunch down there. Hopefully this is about to be fun. It's a big one. Not big, but bigger than what I got. Well, I'll get him one of these days, go. That's number 1 of 30. Oh, I hope this is about to be fun. I didn't even have this spot in practice, and I was just drifting because I couldn't catch them, and all of a sudden I just came across it. It's not a bad first one. Golly, me and this live well. I forget to turn everything back on. See, I'm struggling. Struggle to land him. Oh yeah. Green. 4-pounder. 4-pounder.
Let's get back up in the river. The river has played this week. Certainly has for Drew Benton. Spending his time up there. Getting it done. You get in the top 10, you've done a lot.
Started where I did most of my damage yesterday, and I put a pretty good little beating on them yesterday here, so it's kind of been tough to get bit. There's still a few good ones around. I've got like a 5 1/4 and a 4 and a couple small ones, and I'm still seeing a couple fish, you know, as I'm drifting over this thing, but it's definitely, you know, not as fast and furious as it was yesterday morning. We had, you know, a ton of rain yesterday, and there's a creek or a river just up from me right here, and yesterday that mud made it down to right here, and they just completely shut down, and it took a while for the water to clear up, and I don't know if those fish might have moved a little bit or readjusted on this thing, but I'm still trying to kind of figure them out, feel them out right now. I've been just running up, making drifts, cranking up, and doing it all over again, but I'm just trolling back up right now just to see if any of these fish will come up off the bottom and show themselves and kind of indicate, you know, where they've moved to on this ridge. It runs all the way across here, and they just kind of move up and down it, and I'm seeing a big schools of bait in here. It's just a good spot for, you know, for them to spend their summertime and feed up and get out of the current.
Drew Benton with 2 Elite Series victories, one down at Lake Travis in Texas, and also over in South Carolina, Lake Murray.
That spot he was in right there, we have covered that in years past. Back when we put the lake off limits, that was a big player just outside of Ogdensburg.
Pretty big one, I think.
Two little ones, 1 4-pounder in the live well for Trey McKinney.
What a year with his AOI, his Rookie of the Year, his win. He's going to win $250,000 this year. He gets his AOI money today in 3rd place, maybe 2nd place.
Yeah, that is still a race. The race for 2nd in AOI. Trey and Corey Johnson separated by 2 points. Obviously, Corey can move up 1 more point. Trey can move up 2 points if he were to win this event. So very little movement upwards for those two, but they're duking it out for 2nd place in AOY.
Our winner gets 100,000. Chris Johnson, 2nd place is 35, and then 3rd place is 30.
Getting it today, son.
Decent.
Oh, yeah. Oh, come on, right there. I lassoed him. Another good one.
You're not that big, buddy.
Yeah, a little 4-pounder.
4-pounder. Not that big, but they build them different
I
here.
guess they bust their swim bladders.
It's
when they come
amazing.
up that
Like
far.
they're so hard. They're literally like a blown up football. I don't think they can possibly eat anything else and fit it in them. Yet they keep trying to eat my minnow.
That was amazing. That's a 17-inch bass and probably right at 4.
Yeah, more or maybe
a little
more.
bit over 4 pounds.
Yeah. I think so. Yesterday I wouldn't have said it was, but
From that area off Carlton Island, just west of those anglers, up to Shane Lehue.
Looking for number 4 here. Getting off to a good start. Shane went top 10 here year before last, 2022.
That's pretty big.
piglet.
It's a big one right there.
I didn't think he's that big.
Well, I was hoping Shane Lehue was going to make that long run in the Lake Ontario. That bass right there probably sealing the deal mentally that he's not going.
Yeah, I think that time and that bass have ruled out the exciting thrill ride out there.
Yeah. The carnival.
Yeah, to his other place there. Robert G, though, on top. Not a huge margin as it stands right now. Trey McKinney certainly a factor to win this thing. You can't
100%.
write him off at this point. That is for sure. Drew Benton, Chris Johnston as well. His size going up a little bit in the last few minutes. Well, 2 hours down on Championship Sunday, the last day of the year. In the Bassmaster Elite Series, this is the Humminbird Bassmaster Elite on the St. Lawrence River.
Oh, yes.
Cruise there on
Hey,
Sunday morning.
they look like they know what they're doing. We've seen a couple earlier this week. Looked a little dangerous out there.
I think
that's a
they
tight
got that
ship, man.
Yeah, they got it under control, keeping it tight.
Notice they were coming away from the lake, though.
Yes,
they were not
that's
going
right.
into the lake.
Yeah, that's how they have all that wind in their sails, because it is blowing still in the direction from south to north.
Well,
yeah, look at that. Now that's a different look at our spot.
Absolutely. Getting a good look at those contour lines. Big, big, big main island point. And basically the front side of the current, right where the current sweeps along that main shipping channel. You can see Robert G's been a little further to the south. When I say further to the south, he's about 15 yards, Chris Johnston.
Right.
But again, a very, very key small rock formation throughout this event.
That's a good look at that. I appreciate that. Chris Johnson, newly minted Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year for 2024.
That's what you like to see when they come up and eat like they're supposed to. What do we got? Little guy. He's not a giant. I don't know if he'd go 4 or not. Let's find out. 3 3/4, I think.
No.
Split the difference, it's a 4.
4-pounder. Lowrance bird's eye view of that area. We got a good look at the sort of the contour.
Yeah, and the
situation earlier.
Biggest key to that spot right there is really just a main island point west side of Carlton Island is where that current pounds against that rock formation, and a lot of these fish that these anglers are seeing on their forward-facing sonar, they're not seeing the fish until they come out of the cracks, the formations of those rocks. That's one thing that Robert G told us on day one. He said the key is just making sure your bait comes through there as naturally as possible has been the biggest key throughout this tournament.
Got a race for the top spot here at the St. Lawrence River going down in that area we just saw in the Lowrance bird's eye view, but wanted to bring it into the Bassmaster Studios. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge because we do have 2 races going on today. The race for the title, first place $100,000, and double qualification for the Bassmaster Classic if most of our top 10 win today. But the other points race and the other thing that's at stake is the last spot in the Bassmaster Classic. As it stands now, it can always extend down in the next month or 2, but not from what these anglers do on the Elite Series. It would be other series amongst the B.A.S.S tournaments that would affect that. But Carl Jocumsen started the day in 7th, controlling his own destiny today. If he finishes in 4th place or better today, which is still a tall feat as he's moved up throughout this event. He did move into 7th yesterday. If he can move up a little bit more today and finish 4th, he would beat Brian Schmidt out for the 43rd spot. Now, currently, this is the way the points lay out at the bottom of our Classic line. Greg Hackney, 41st, 506 points in the Classic. Tyler Rivette, last man in the Classic right now at 504 points. Brian Schmidt, the next one to get the berth. So if someone wins today in our top 10, not named Carl Jocumsen, it will go down to 43rd place, and Brian Schmidt would be the next recipient. If Carl can move up, he will take that spot. If he ties him in 5th place, that spot will go to Brian Schmidt. He holds the tiebreaker. But I have Tyler Rivette here because yesterday he was sweating it, did not make the cut, had to watch the weigh-in to see if he made the Bassmaster Classic, and he did. But guys, an announcement from Tyler yesterday and this morning is while the weigh-in was going on, he was down taking care of business elsewhere, proposed to his girlfriend Brienne. She said yes, they are now engaged, and he is now going to the Bassmaster Classic as well. So congrats, Tyler, congrats, Brienne, and maybe congrats to Carl Jocumsen or Brian Schmidt today on getting that last Classic spot.
There was a lot in that
A lot to digest.
screen of knowledge.
Hey,
here.
you know,
There's a lot going on.
You know.
Taking a look at Caleb Summerall. Big day yesterday for Caleb Summerall, not being able to get out to the lake with all the rough conditions and getting it done in the river.
Finished strong. That's what got him in that top 10, no doubt about it.
Oh, what are you? Yeah.
He wouldn't go nowhere.
You know, the big dynamic in this tournament right now, to your screen of knowledge right there about Carl Jacobson, you said he is in a backup boat today?
Yeah, there's only a few people in our top 10 that don't have a fish right now, and one of those is Corey Johnston, one of those is Carl Jacobson, both having issues mechanically today.
Carl was on the backside of this island right here yesterday where he caught a huge stringer, and he is not there today, so that is a alarming situation.
May lose
for
some
the Australian
fishing time, no doubt.
Yes.
I got to Trey McKinney. He's got Chris Johnston's last fish, knocked him out of second and down to third place.
And it was very doable for Carl. He's about 2.5 pounds, 2 3/4 pounds from the top 4.
Pretty big head shakes. They're really big head shakes.
See when his rod buckles like that, those are big head shakes, not machine gun like a little 12 to 14 incher. He has just become a big factor now to win this tournament.
Yeah, oh man. Yeah, he's you saw him start down there in third place. You knew he was not done this week yet.
Heads would explode. I can promise that.
Well,
Wow. That's a giant.
there's your new leader, ladies and gentlemen, Trey McKinney.
About that.
Wow. 16 pounds and 2 ounces is 5 fish limit right now. We're just a little bit into the third hour of fishing of these full 8 hours the guys are going to be afforded today. And the young man who just knocked out Bassmaster Elite Series Rookie of the Year title for 2024 yesterday, looking good at this point in the proceedings, trying to win this thing on the St. Lawrence. We'll be right back. Sunday morning, it's Bassmaster Live here from the Humminbird Bassmaster Elite final event of the season on the St. Lawrence River.
Oh,
That's some
boy.
footage of Carl Jochimson, who had troubles, had issues, mechanical issues this morning, having to find a new boat. And there it is, Brandon Polnick offering up what he's got.
Wow. Big day for boy. Carl deals with some stuff, man. And
oh my God.
Always seems to come out in some way, shape, or form the better side of it. But man, big day. What place did he need to be today?
Fourth at the end of today.
Fourth place.
Starting
with a
seventh.
Giant stringer yesterday. Carl still smiling. Hats off to Brandon Polnick right there. Good stuff. And as we have it, Carl Jochimson is making his way.
There we go.
Well, another angler making his way to his area. Corey Johnston.
Also after a little difficulty.
Hey, not as bad as it was yesterday here.
I was noticing that up river there. Not bobbing as much.
Not feeling that good. The live scope's not working great. Would have been good if the Garmin guy was there last night when we were trying to do this, but it is what it is. Not a good morning.
Oh boy, heaven. Well, that's what happens near the end of the season right there when it's the last day of school and you have really throttled your equipment all year long, and he'll actually get ready if he's having trouble with his forward-facing sonar. Get ready for this, Tommy. He might actually have to fish today.
Who saw that coming? Yeah. Corey Johnson, big win, runaway win on the St. Johns River in Florida earlier this year. Let's get out to Jordan Lee. Jordan Lee, back after a long absence, instantly knocked out 4 tournaments, 15th or better to start his season, as expected for the 2-time Classic champ.
Oddly struggled in his home state, the state of Alabama.
Yeah,
Wheeler.
and it was way down. Yeah, went way down at Wheeler Lake in Alabama.
Got one of them. I don't know. I don't think it's very big. Nope. Little guy.
This is moments ago with Jordan Lee. Said he had one key boulder yesterday that he caught 3 giant smallmouth off of.
Little fat guy, not a big one. They're getting smart on me. We'll start with number 1. It's close to, probably close to 3. Which that fish right there don't do anything in this tournament.
Tommy, Jordan Lee stole the show yesterday at weigh-in with the 27-13 bag until Chris brought in the 29.5. That was the biggest bag of the tournament up to this point, was Jordan's day 3 weight. And as we see, Carl fully swapped over to Brandon Polnick's boat.
There we go.
So the protocol for those tuning in, what do you have to do if you swap boats? Obviously, Carl's not in his boat. If he was fishing, he would have to make sure and clear the fish out. You have to check the live wells, make sure there's nothing in there, wipe the waypoints out from the other anglers so there's no advantage, everything's fair, and then you can restart your day. But because he hadn't caught any fish yet, he can just transfer over, make sure the waypoints are not there, and proceed.
Good to go. Well, obviously he has a good spot that he was landed on in the
where
river
he's going,
yesterday.
don't we? Yeah.
He's going to be basically on the backside, northeast side of Carlton Island.
Here, my B.
No. What's that? I don't know. I'm trying to let you have the whole rest of the ledge. I'm staying on this 30 feet.
Thank you.
No problem.
I appreciate it. That was a 5 or 6 pounder. It was huge.
Robert G. and Chris Johnston right together there as they have been since the beginning of yesterday. Chris actually spent some time there in day number 1. Trey McKinney not far away.
Go fish that buoy.
It is staggering how it's reloaded. I mean, they kind of thought on day 1, man, one of these guys might be able to creep into the top 10 throughout this week, but for all 3 of those anglers to still be in contention, I mean, it has had a mother load of big smallmouth.
People around the world were begging Robert G. to quit on day number 2 because he just kept catching those big ones.
Maybe it caught up today.
And they just won't commit to eating it. But all it takes is like 1 or 2 like this one. I don't know why. There's no rhyme or reason. Just all of a sudden one bites it. And I'm literally fishing like a 30-yard little stretch. It's like a 300-yard break and they're all through it, but I'm just keen on this one little stretch. Hopefully this one's got some shoulders.
Close these anglers are today.
No, a little. They're getting smaller. They're getting little.
Chris Johnston, first day we're seeing, you mentioned earlier, Arizona, but some little ones showing up here.
Yes.
I don't know what that portends.
A lot of size bass we have not seen the last 3 days, which not the best sign.
No, not at all. Certainly a great day for Chris Johnston yesterday, knocking out one of the top 2 titles in the sport of bass fishing, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. There's the final points tally in that race right there. Chris Johnston, uncatchable, got his award yesterday, hoisted the trophy. Have Trey McKinney coming up in 2nd place. And his brother Corey Johnston in 3rd. Jacob Founts came in here with the lead, couldn't quite keep pace. It was a lot of excitement all the way to the end of yesterday. Tonight, the NFL preseason kicks off on Fox as the Saints take on Brock Purdy and the Niners. It all begins tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern on Fox, the home of Super Bowl 59.
Boy, that whole Brandon Ayuk thing turned into a little bit of a mess.
Well,
right?
I'd say, yeah.
He's going to stick around there, it sounds like.
Probably right.
Right price tag, anybody, I'll hang it out front of the.
Yeah, no kidding. Things starting to crackle a little bit down here on the St. Lawrence River, just off Lake Ontario, where it's sort of been happening in a big way over the last 3 days.
Yes, sir.
Lawrence Bird's eye view of Robert G. started the day with the lead in the tournament. Now he faces a 5.5-pound deficit right now to our new leader, new Rookie of the Year, Trey McKinney.
It's been okay. It's been okay. Still sharing water. With guys that hadn't been here all week, but we just got to catch 5.
Well, a lot slower today for Robert G. Basically, by this time, the last 2 days, he was culling 4.5 pounders. Great look at that spot he is fishing right there. That shelf in the middle of his screen when he pans his trolling motor, right there where that rock formation breaks sharp there. It's been where the majority of his weight has come from.
Make them bite and just cover a lot of water. Because my best little zone is getting occupied at the moment, so I just kind of have to fish around.
Really, day one was his slow day. He did not catch a lot of fish. Obviously, a good bag. But on day one, it really took him all of his time, about 3.5 hours, to catch his 5 that he brought to the scales with Dave Mercer.
Day 2, he almost got to 27 pounds, and day 3 started quicker, actually, than day 1. And that made almost 26.
You can't see it. You don't know what happened here on day 2 with Robert G. The entire studio and so many anglers watching on Bassmaster.com. He stood on them all day long. Just kept catching them. I mean, so many 4.5 to 5 pounders.
TH Marine Weather Watch right now, 76 degrees, just about perfect. Got some squalls, some little cells moving through here. We saw that earlier with Drew Benton. Should kind of abate a little bit as the day moves on here. 50% chance of rain. They tell me when they say 50%, they mean 50% of the county is going to get rained on.
Which that is exactly what happened.
That is exactly the way it's worked out. They got it right. This Sunday in August.
That is a concern right there, slow as it's been for Chris Johnston and Robert G. Get out to Shane LaHue.
Shane starting the day in 6th place today. For number 4. Not a big one.
And if you look over his shoulder right there, his right-hand shoulder, that is the mouth of Lake Ontario. We don't have many anglers out there where we had so many days 1 and 2.
Not what we're after.
Big week for him. He started way outside, well, 47th in the AOI points. To get inside the Classic, he had to get a top 30. He's already qualified now for a 6th Classic.
That was his purpose coming up here. Mission accomplished there. Hats off to Shane LaHue, the man from North Carolina. Back to Drew Benton. Drew with the quickest start of anyone today.
Absolutely.
Slowed down a little bit.
Drew will definitely have the most time to fish today. Not very far from our takeoff.
I'll put him in the box. Just to say we got 5.
One with Corey Johnston having a lot of technical electrical difficulties today. It kind of looks like it'll come down to one of the 3 off Carlton Island right now.
Really is looking like that. Trey McKinney, the one with the advantage as it stands right now. Robert G with a slow start to his day, just 2 keepers in the boat. He's going to have to get back on his pace for the last 3 days in order to keep pace. That's 5 now for Drew Benton. About 17.8. Second heaviest total today among our 10. Trey McKinney, again, on top of that, 19.2.
All these dang Toyota guys are on all these good drifts. Practice.
Okay, Drew kind of waiting him out here. Seeing if he can get this place to fire like it did yesterday. BFA, there's Such.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Chris Johnson. 6 pounds, 7 ounce yesterday. Behind a couple others. Cifuentes had the 615 overall on day 1. And the 612 came in.
Chris Johnson with a 6 pound, 7 ounce smallmouth yesterday. It actually looked deformed. It was as big around as it was long. I'm gonna take a look right now. Power pole replay of the day. Are we going back in time?
It's a retro.
Gonna go back in time. Chris Johnston yesterday catching a 29 pound stringer. And look at the size of this thing right here. Tommy Sanders, would you? Look at that. Oh my God. That's a freshwater grouper. Bedhead and all for Chris Johnston. Power pole replay of the tournament. That one right there, all but locked up. 2024 Angler of the Year Bassmaster title. Canadian angler, flawless on this body of water. Still in it for the win today. Did we really just do a power pole replay of the day from yesterday?
Yeah, I think we did.
Wow.
I think we did. We're still looking for something.
We are. We are.
We're ready to fire. Ready to fire on all syllables there. That was part of syllable cylinders, I should say.
Trying to get one big one here. Give it probably another hour. If I don't really get any big ones, might make a little move. Spot that's been really good to me in the past. I mentioned there's 2 areas where I think I can get 25 plus. And this is one of them. And the other one's got 6 footers blowing in on it right now, but I think we could sneak out to it and try and fish it for a little bit, but it'll be nasty. I'm not seeing the numbers here, and so they're not competing as much for the baits, and the ones I have caught haven't been big either. Yeah, the worst wind for the St. Lawrence River is an east wind. just because it messes up the flow of the current, and the current is everything for this fishery, and they're set up for that southwest wind for 95% of the year. So when they get east, they just, I don't know if they leave the spots, they go to bottom or float off, but they don't eat. And we have a little bit of east in the wind. I don't know if it's enough to mess it up, but definitely a south is the best, or southwest. Blowing right in the river, and it creates more current. It's blowing across, so I don't know what's going on at the front of the lake, but maybe it's affecting the current too. And maybe that's why there's not as many here. But there's just enough.
Chris Johnson, with so much experience here, lives on the lake, knows how to get around, knows how to make up a schedule. We turn to Chris now for our Bass Pro Shop's top lures.
All right, this week on the St. Lawrence, I started doing something I really haven't done much at all out here. Been doing it all year a lot. It's no secret, it's a jig head and a minnow. What I'm using here is a 6.2 gram, which I'm not sure in ounces, it's roughly about a 1/4 ounce. It's a Gamakatsu Horizon head, and I think this hook has the best hookup ratio that you can get. So obviously just threading it on there. And the key is you really have to have your graph dialed in and get used to using it, and then you're seeing fish, throwing at them, and hopefully you can get a couple to bite. I probably threw at 200 fish today, and maybe 9 of them bit. So it's not easy by any means. So you have to make as long a cast as possible. So that's why I use Seagar. This is Smackdown braid. You just get a lot longer cast with it. 8-pound Tatsu leader, so pretty finesse, because some of them are looking at it, following it, and that lighter line might get you 1 or 2 extra bites a day, and that's all it takes sometimes. And at the end of the day, if I got 1 or 2 extra bites a tournament and got me this progressive Bassmaster Elite Angler of the Year trophy, that's all I can ask for. And it's been an incredible 3 days of fishing, and I'm looking forward to just going having fun tomorrow.
The Humminbird Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River, sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Maybe a little tamer looking out there on the water than what we were looking at yesterday. Of course, that depends on where you are, Mark.
Exactly right.
For sure. This man was in the thick of it yesterday as we head down to Corey Johnston. Had some trouble getting out today. I think still having a little...
Still in a rodeo out there.
Yeah, it's, that does not look different. That looks exactly like it looked yesterday. Wow.
Yeah, and staring down at his forward-facing sonar, kind of whacked out his equilibrium and got seasick yesterday was Corey Johnston. Possibly look for more of that today. Hooked up.
Not.
And this is where the big ones have been throughout this tournament. A lot of giant stringers days 1 and 2.
For 27.5 pounds on day number 2 out here.
Four more bites, baby.
That is what lives out there.
That's why he's there. Yeah, if he can brave that, spend another couple hours putting ones like that in the boat, he is going to be big trouble at the end of the day as well. A man who seems to be the most prolific so far, no doubt about it, Trey McKinney.
Looks like a different body of water right here.
It's like, oh, it does not look
peaceful,
like where they've been catching.
It's not violent.
No.
Pretty big one. not real big. He's just really, really strong. Come on. It's another baby gone.
Got one 5-pounder, a couple of 4s. He's our first angler to 20 pounds today.
Just seems like a lot of that school has dripped off that main shelf into the shipping channel where Trey McKinney is.
Not nearly so big as they were yesterday, that is for sure. At this time, hey, we want to definitely welcome in our man, our colleague, the great Davey Hyde out there somewhere. I think he's, there he is. There's Davey. And Davey, before we get into today's fishing, we had a big event yesterday. Chris Johnston, whom we're out there with today on that spot where we just saw Trey McKinney, won Angler of the Year. You're a 2-time Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year championship. So for everybody who's tuning in, talk about how big that is in the big picture of bass fishing and what it means to an angler to win that.
It's absolutely incredible, and we all saw Chris Johnson on day one here at the St. Lawrence River, and you could tell that he knows what a big deal it is to win Bassmaster Angler of the Year. And, you know, early on in my career, just a few years in, I was fortunate enough to win that first Angler of the Year title. And here's the thing I remember, and it wasn't from seasickness. We were on a small lake in Alabama. But here's what I remember is literally, I had nothing on my stomach, thank goodness, but I was dry heaving right before weigh-in because I knew it was going to change my career, change the way my path would go as a professional angler fishing B.A.S.S. full-time. And the one thing that I was thinking about at the time, I always thought that until you win one of those titles, the Bassmaster Classic or an Angler of the Year, then you're kind of year to year, your career just doesn't have that, you know, that title with it. And for me, I was just so happy because to me, I felt like, hey, this solidifies that I am a real professional angler and I can be around for a while and I can support my family in the sport that I love. And I think Chris Johnson realized that. Most of these anglers, if they're ever in the hunt to win, even if they don't quite get it, they think about it a lot and they realize what a big deal and how important it is towards your career.
Davey, to put into perspective what has gone on in this tournament, a few years ago, tournament that you actually called with Tommy, Jay Shakurit catching over 100 pounds of bass, we were all blown away because we thought back then that you needed the most premium conditions possible on this body of water to hit that 100-pound mark. Now it seems like if you don't hit that 100-pound mark here, something is wrong. Put that into perspective right now, because the majority of the anglers trying to hit 100 pounds have basically done that with only 30% of fishing time making these long runs.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. We talk about it every year, but to the viewers that haven't ever been to the St. Lawrence River and haven't seen it evolve like we have over the last 30 to 40 years, it is just impossible to describe how much better the fishing is, how much bigger these fish are, and even coming to this event, thinking of the long runs a lot of them were going to make and the lack of fishing time they would have, not the full 8 hours, a lot of it running back and forth to their locations. I thought, well, maybe one guy's going to have 100 pounds. The winner will have to have maybe barely 100 pounds to win, and it is unbelievable. And the other thing is, you don't even have to go out into the lake. Just get close to the lake, or either we've seen Drew Benton and Caleb Summerall yesterday, not even going very far from Waddington, New York. There are so many 4, 5, and even now we commonly see a 6-pounder or two every day. There's so many of that size fish here throughout this whole river system and out in the lake. It's absolutely, when you go out in the lake and you see guys turn left, turn right, or go straight out to the islands, and they all have potential to catch 25 to 30 pound stringers of smallmouth. It's just absolutely amazing. I can't explain it. I don't know when it'll stop. Will it be 35 pounds will be the goal here in 10 years? Who knows?
Davey, good stuff. Thank you so much. 2-time Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, throwing a classic championship as well for Davey Hyde there as we get back out on the water, back out to Corey Johnston. Now, he is out there. He is in the lake, and that's what it looks like.
Chris Johnston has become the 28th person to win an AOY. We have 43 different classic winners. There's only 12 who have won both. Davey Height's one of them.
Wow. Yeah, it has not calmed down out there, Tommy. It has not.
It looks worse, if anything.
I've been lucky enough to fish that area with Corey. You're looking at about 20 to about 27 feet of water. Very isolated boulders. Whoa, easy now.
Easy.
He about went right there.
Yeah, that was, I wouldn't see that.
Well, he's like a minx.
We had everything but that yesterday. Somebody falling in.
God. Does he actually have company out there? Is there somebody out fishing in that today?
Oh my goodness.
We need to rewind. I'm not sure what Corey said right there. Wow.
Little guy.
Hey, let's take a boat ride out on Lake Ontario.
Yeah, sure. I know where we could go. We could watch Corey Johnston. Man, he is working for it today. He is earning every ounce. That is some rough going out there. Corey Johnston, stay in the boat. That is job one. Job two, try to win the tournament. We got more on the way. Coming right back.
Look out now.
It's been an incredible season. At the end of the year, all year, I said, I want to have a chance at AOY when I get to the St. Lawrence River. And it finally worked out. I had a great Champlain, finished second place, and it got me within striking distance coming here. I think I was 16 points back or something of Hamner, and I got it done. And it's I was at a loss for words. I still kind of am. To win the Bassmaster Angler of the Year trophy, it's so prestigious. There's so many big names that have won that trophy before me, and just to be mentioned with some of these guys, I never thought it was possible, to be honest, being from Canada and to come down here in the States to do it. It's, like I said, it's unbelievable, and it's something I will never forget. And this 29-pound bag I caught today, it goes along with it. And it's just, yeah, it's one I've passed down to my kids, and yeah, that's it.
BMC on point. Chris Johnson, who's been on point more than anyone throughout this season of 2024. Another look at his great 758 points generated by that record over 9 events during the season.
Absolutely. We got to hear about the Johnston brothers many, many, many years ago coming out of Canada on this body of water. But what they have both proven throughout the last few years, the Bassmaster Elite Series, very versatile everywhere we go throughout the country.
You just expect him to be creeping into that top 10 as the tournament progresses through the days here. It happens way more often than not.
I'm getting a look at that channel marker chain right there. He caught one big one off of that yesterday.
This feels like a pretty good one. Old Boo, he was good to me one more time. It's a decent one, this one. Oh, yeah. Five-pounder.
Well, he's fighting this. Big hats off to all the cameramen and women and the Bassmasters throughout this year. But boy, these weeks are the ones that you earn your keep.
They're all so good and so pro.
Not a 5, but it's a nice one. It's a good one right there. A little tougher conditions today. I'll take 5 of these to start.
Big time upgrade there.
In the lead. 93 pounds. Almost 94.
The man he's back and forth with for the last little while here. Trey McKinney.
So first and second right here. That is Chris Johnston right over Trey McKinney's left-hand shoulder.
Oh, I like the hitting a funny bone. It's a pretty big one.
Yeah, it is.
Come on, come here in the current. Come here in the current. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, boy. I count my money backwards. Gosh, that's a good one. Yeah, that's a tank. That's what we're here for. Now we need 5 of them. Oh yeah, that's what we're here for. Blue. 5 pounder. 5 pounder.
2 pounds. Well, he's back in the lead.
Yeah, back in the lead. 22 pounds today. That is a big move.
With a lot of room to grow, too. Mercury move of the day. Right now, looking at young Trey McKinney, your Rookie of the Year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. All the way into the lead, unofficially 22 pounds and 2 ounces. And still a lot of fishing time left on the board. Mercury move of the day, Trey McKinney.
He needs 26.10 today to get to a century belt. I'm sure he's more concerned with winning.
About 1.5 pounds now, separating him.
I don't know
from
if my bait's gonna get down there.
Chris Johnston.
See his bait falling at 65 feet.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch down there. Here we go.
Here they come. Well, there is a bunch.
Yeah, there's a few more down there.
Well, you notice Chris's head is always on a swivel when he's got one hooked. He's just making sure nobody else has one hooked.
Yeah, that's right. Can't have that going on.
Uh-oh, he's drifting away in the current. This is not ideal. He's not that big. Oh, 4 pounder.
His not big
anywhere else in the country, but
yeah, are big to anybody else.
Got a blue tongue. I've never seen that before. Looks like he's been sucking on a Jolly Rancher.
Here we go. Yeah, one of the big milestones still out there to be caught as Carl Jochimsen's quest to finish in 4th place today so we can qualify for the Bassmaster Classic. There's a few setbacks already, David. Now he's set up
I'll
and
have
fishing.
to dig through my suit in a second. Got him. Doesn't feel big, but they turn big sometimes. He's starting to turn big. He's starting to turn big. Oh, the different boat step. A decent one, not a huge one. This little guy. But hey, hey, with what I've been through this morning, I'll take it. I'll take it. We've had one of those mornings. We're in BP's boat. We lost about 3 hours, but between Kayla and BP, we're out fishing. And this was my second cast on the spot. It's not a 5-pounder, but it's a decent one.
All right, that's important. Boy, started catching them again.
He does get keyed up. He does get keyed up.
He becomes intense.
Gotcha. This one looked like it had some shoulders. This is where I lost that 6 the other day. I think this one's got some meat. There's some with them too.
Well, you could tell these fish have repositioned from yesterday.
Hey, he had to slide away, didn't he?
We caught a few fish off of that buoy yesterday, but obviously they have slipped out towards that main shipping channel a lot more than they were on days 1 through 3.
He's not a giant. Pulling like a giant though. So one nice thing about the St. Lawrence smallmouth, until you actually get them in your hand, they can surprise you because they can be about 18 inches long and still weigh about 5 pounds. They're just built different. Come here, buddy. Gotcha. Whew. The better one. Getting a little bigger.
Not bad. Not bad.
4.5.
Not bad. Help the cause for sure.
Hey, we got a horse race now.
Yeah, man. Trey McKinney, Chris Johnston, pound apart. Pound and change, maybe a couple of ounces. Northland Daily Trivia, though.
Here we go.
Get one of those in here. Which year had the most AOY finishers within 30 points of the winner? Was it 2019? Was it 2020? Was it 2022? Or 2023? The tightest race of the last, well, almost the last 4 years, the last 5 or 6. Tonight, the NFL preseason kicks off on Fox as the Saints take on Brock Purdy and the Niners. It all begins tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern on Fox, home of Super Bowl 59. Oh, yeah.
Taking in a lot of preseason games, Tommy.
You're just starting to get excited about football season,
I
aren't you?
rewatched the Chicago Bears game yesterday literally 13 times already. I'm studying tape.
Here's our Northland Daily Trivia. Question we posed was, which year had the most AOY finishers within 30 points of the winner? Was it 2019, 2020, 2022, or 2023? Give it a go.
Tommy, I think it was pandemic year. I think it was 2020.
I think I'll agree with that, Ronnie.
Oh, now that you say that, I think there was 5 or 6 in 19, but now I think there was 5 or 6 in 20. I'll just be different. I'll go 19, but I think it's 20 now. I think it's 20.
Let's see. Ooh.
I was convinced it was 19.
Oh, it was.
It was.
2020.
Four guys within 30 points that year, and in 2019 there was Canterbury won, Blaylock, Corey Johnston, and Zaldane were within 10 points of each other.
The year for the great Clark Wendlandt to pick up his Bassmaster Angler of the Year title. Okay, Carl Jockinson, his story. Need to finish fourth here to make it into the Classic for 2025. Trouble to start the day. Got a new boat. Got outfitted with Brian Polinick's boat.
All right, guys, it took us about 3 hours instead of 1. But we're here and we're fishing. BP to the rescue. We had to go through a full boat check again, clear everything, and swap my tackle. But I'm fishing. I'm grateful. And this is the spot where I caught 26 pounds yesterday. It looks like there's a few fish still there right now. And my second cast, I caught a 3 1/4. So not a big one, but it was nice to be fishing and nice to get a bite. So we've got to put our heads down for the next 4 hours, less than 4. I've probably only got 3.5 hours right now. Try and put a big bag together. Got to make it happen. Send some big fish vibes, Australia. Need it right now.
He's had a rough morning.
Oh boy,
he has morning.
He's got that one fish he's got in there.
Love Carl. Happiest person on earth.
Happiest, the happy warrior.
He
has a lot to
fight for
had
today.
to fight for all his career.
Yes.
Coming over from Australia, not easy to do that. Come over here, make a living as a bass angler, deal with immigration, all those things, and he makes the fight with good cheer, great attitude.
Started the day in 7th, needs to finish 4th to make the Bassmaster Classic.
He is an animal. Absolutely is.
Come on, baby.
To do what he did yesterday while being seasick.
Miserable.
Miserable.
You know how it makes you feel.
This is a big one. I don't know. It might not be, I don't know.
27 pounds out here the other day.
Good.
So there's no telling what might go down out here.
It's just
Rocking and
so
rolling.
hard to land these things.
It's not. Take them, man.
Those conditions compared to
3 pounder.
our anglers in the river, but he is going to need a lot bigger than that today.
Going for 2 wins in 1 year. We had it last year with Joey Cifuentes, 2022 as well. Christie with the Classic and Chick, and then back to 2020, Brendan Polinick, Champlain and Santee.
Yeah. Leader now by a pound, an ounce or 2 ounces ahead of Chris Johnson is Trey McKinney.
He might help, he's fat.
You almost feel like whoever catches the biggest bag out of this group is going to win today.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't think you will, never mind.
That 20, the fact that Robert G needs 21 and change to make 100 pounds versus needing 26, he's got a big cushion, and he'll need it today. It looks like.
Gonna need it.
Trey McKinney on top. Didn't get any help out of that last one right there. Chris Johnston done a good job of staying with him. I don't know. We're kind of lucky we got the final day. Those two big awards having been awarded. Now these two are battling it out for the top spot out there for the championship here on the St. Lawrence. LeHue, Johnston, and Robert G rounding out our top 5, coming right back to New York. The Humminbird Bassmaster Elite, the St. Lawrence River. This is the final day of the year for competition among the best in the business, the Bassmaster Elite Series. We've got a great contest going on, especially at the top of our leaderboard. I'll show you what's been going on out there graphically. A way to interpret it is our Humminbird Unlock the Lake.
Indeed, taking a look at our Humminbird Unlock the Lake from Waddington, New York. As we go upriver, we're going to take a look at all of the 5+ pounders. See Drew Benton right there, right around Ogdensburg, as we kind of swoop towards Morristown, and that's where the river widens up. See Caleb Summerall, big day yesterday. Chippewa Bay on your left in the beautiful Tommy Sander, because I've been there with you.
I know.
Alexandria Bay as we get to Carlton Island and Wolf Island, and those are all the 5+ pounders and the rookie Trenas. Taking a look out into the big lake, you see Galoo Island, Stony Island, and the Maine Ducks. Corey Johnston fishing right around the Amherst area, just east of Prince Edward Bay, as we find Corey Johnston right now, still in the mouth of the abyss. That was your Humminbird Unlock the Lake.
Yeah, good one.
God, it's a big one. I don't know if he's a 5, but he's a good 4.
Yeah.
All right. 3 more bites.
That one for Corey Johnston pulls him to within 3 pounds and change of the lead.
And still has 1 left for his limit that will go to the bottom line.
He has got 4, so yes, he's got room to get right up in there at the very top. Starting the day at the very top today, as he did the day before, is Robert G.
Slow day, 2 fish. Robert G's live well.
This is a bass, it's huge. That ain't that big. It looked a lot bigger. Come here. Thank goodness. That was a long time coming. Sorry, Trey. Sorry.
Feels like it's starting to gust more right now.
I'm just thinking that. It looks way more like yesterday than what today has looked like so far.
The big one, there's like a group of 5 up here.
3.5.
How much you got?
I only got 3.
20?
I only have 3 fish.
Oh. Stay right here. What do you got? 22 something?
Maybe not exactly what Robert G. wanted to hear.
Not
right
really.
there.
No, probably not.
We can understand that for sure.
And we are going to get back to Corey Johnston, who's still a big factor in this tournament, starting to fight the clock a little bit.
Yeah. Corey hooked up again.
Little guy, what's going on? Fizz this one quick.
Corey Johnston, no doubt one of the favorites to win this event coming into the week, and he is a favorite in Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. And so at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, wanted to highlight the season-ending deal. We talked about Angler of the Year, Rookie of the Year, winning each event, all the important races in the Bassmaster Elite Series. And for those who like to join in and do fantasy fishing, it comes to an end today as well, and all of those prizes will be handed out for the winners of that. And so I wanted to highlight that. Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, the team Bird Dog Will has a 300-point lead that I do not think will be surrendered today. So most likely that team will be the champion. And for the year, 11,420 points over a 10-event span, keeping his average about 1,100 points per tournament. Absolutely a big, big number on the leaderboard there. Throughout the season, picked 3 different winners. You have 5 picks for your team, 10 events, so 50 possible selections all year. Picked 3 event winners this year. Kiyoya Fujita to start the season. John Garrett, the 3rd elite of the year at the Harris Chain, and our classic champ, Justin Hamner. One big thing though, 50 selections all year. You have to make them count. Only 8 anglers did he pick that missed the 50 cut. So only 8 bad picks all year, guys. And for the most part, all good picks for Bird Dog Will. Going to take the grand prize home most likely today.
Let's go, Bird Dog Will.
Bird Dog Will.
Wow.
That's my alias account. That's what I'm going to say. It's my alias account. Tommy.
That is.
Mine's Monkey Wrench and Tommy's Crowbar.
That's right. Yes. That's right. Trey McKinney on top. Chris Johnston, Corey Johnston. He's got to do battle against those two. That's going to make for a good wrap-up to this amazing tournament, which is far from over at this point right now. Robert G. trying to get the size back up to the level it's been for him the last 3 days. And we'll see how it all pans out. We got more fishing on the way from here in New York on the St. Lawrence in just a minute or two. Thursday, it's baseball night in America on Fox as Bryce Harper and the Phillies take on the NL East rival Braves. Or Jose Altuve leads the Astros against Gunnar Henderson and the O's. It all begins Thursday night at 7 Eastern on Fox. Check for the game in your area. We've got a great battle going on out here on the final day of the year. We've had some big runaway victories here during the course of the year. We always love seeing a big performance like that, but hey, let's be honest. We like it close like this.
We had 3 double-digit wins in a row. Harris Chain, St. John's, and Murray.
Those are hard.
Good to see some close ones.
Robert G. been a big part of this tournament, big part of a lot of tournaments this year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Came here through the Bassmaster EQs, Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster EQ Elite Qualifiers, part of the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens. There's the 2024 EQs lineup right now. There's the leaderboard with Easton Fothergill on the strength of a big victory in Lake Eufaula in Oklahoma on top. Dakota Ebert, Cody Meyer, Tucker Smith, Jack York, Evan Kung of Canada. Speaking of overachieving Canadians there, Andrew Loberg and Bobby Bakewell, Matt Adams and Emil Wagner. The top 9 are going to make it to the Elite Series next year.
They're actually practicing right now for Leech Lake, which we will have next Saturday live on FS1.
Good point.
In the studio.
Have that coverage for you right here.
Well, Robert G. finding himself back in the mix right now. Slow morning.
It might be a good one here.
Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. There we go. There we go. There we go, baby.
A 5-pounder would put him tied for the lead.
Wow. We're getting into some active fish finally. They haven't been active at all. That's a nice chunker. This is a very nice chunker. Whew. Alrighty. 410.
410, a big 4. That's a big help to Robert G. Maybe signals him getting back up right in the middle of this fight here. It certainly does. Let's take a look at Robert G. and all the rest of our anglers, what we've seen today on our Yamaha Midday Report.
Yeah, why don't we do that, Tommy Sanders?
Yeah.
And really, yesterday is when he really slipped with, get ready, slipped up with only 25.11 on day 3. A little bit slower today for Robert G., but the good thing that he has right now on his side, everything that he catches still will go to the bottom line. Still sitting in 4th place right now. They're going to need a few more big bites.
Let's freaking go, baby.
90 pounds and 8 ounces.
Not out of it by any way. Robert G., who through his rookie season here has had a 4th, a 3rd, and a 2nd place finish. We're looking for him. He wants to hit for that cycle. He wants a win to add to all that. He makes no secret of that. Let's get out to Corey Johnston out there rocking and rolling in Lake Ontario.
Corey Johnston, I mean, it was light winds. I mean, it was Christopher Cross sailing days 1 and 2. Then the Lieutenant Dan weather arrived, and Corey Johnston said, yeah, you know what? I'm still going to send it. Absolutely incredible yesterday, catching 25 pounds, and kind of looks like he's on his way to that. The only problem Corey Johnston has right now, losing a little bit of time this morning with some electrical issues with his electronics, but starting to grow. Corey Johnston unofficially in 3rd place, just under 94. To put into perspective, it's one thing hooking these fish. This entire game where he's at is boat control. What he has done out there and actually executing, unbelievable.
Can you imagine being that physical on something that's pitching and rolling like that? It's like doing it on your sofa with people slinging it back and forth.
Putting a pillow on your head and punching.
Yeah, doing that too. Chris Johnston, our newly crowned Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, came out here with another big goal today, and that's win this tournament on his home lake. Chris Johnston has been putting something together. Slower start for him today than it was yesterday, but bear in mind, he had 29 pounds yesterday.
Exactly, and really what a lot of this tournament more than likely is going to come down to is our unofficial weights right now. Right. They are not exact. Chris Johnston tends to, well, let's just call it, he tends to lowball quite a bit. We have him right now at a little bit over 21 pounds. Obviously going to need a call or two. But a big week for Chris Johnston. First Canadian to ever win the Angler of the Year title. He was the first Canadian to ever win a Bassmaster Elite Series event. Few bites away from really holding every trophy this week.
Absolutely. Trey McKinney. Also a big award for him yesterday. It's bigger than ever now in the sport. Rookie of the Year. He's the Rookie of the Year for 2024. Trey McKinney wasted no time. He had the fastest start of all this morning.
Tommy, we saw him day one.
So many down there, dude.
Right over the shoulder, we saw Robert G catch that 25-12 that had Robert in second. Trey's been there all week long. The only tangible experience he had here on the river was the Open last year, a river-only Open out of Waddington. Lake being off limits there. Spent a month up here after the Smith Lake event, hoping to right his ship, and they've seemingly changed their position. If they are not on the break that Chris Johnston and Robert G are fishing as strong as they were, they seem to be getting stronger over on Trey's side of the same spot.
Yeah, for a smallmouth newbie, he's done pretty well up here. 23-10 on day one, backed it up with 25-10 and 24-2 on day number 3. That is why he is prospering today, sitting on top of the leaderboard by a slim margin.
Got 4 fish. Robert G is only 6 ounces back.
That's how slim it is right there, Robert G. He's been getting the job done after a slow start, so he is virtually run down Trey McKinney. It is tight right now. Chris Johnston, Corey Johnston, neither one of those guys out of it yet either. That's for certain. We got a battle royal going on out here on the last day of the season.
Wow.
For the Bassmaster Elite Series. We couldn't write it up much better than that.
What a popular fishing area that is right there, Tommy Sanders.
That is just a place folks want to be.
The last 20 minutes. Some of them look pretty big too. It just takes one to slip up. All of a sudden 2 maybe sitting together and one looks and it just triggers the other one and they get in a little competition for my minnow, even though they've seen it 100 times now. Like, there's one right there looking at it. Just need them to eat it.
So right now, I figured I'd come here for a little bit. I don't know how much longer we're gonna stay. And then yesterday I made a mistake by going to the river, going to the river too late and cold out basically everything I had except 1 5-pounder. So that's what I'm thinking about, kind of rolling again. We got more than what we did yesterday. Uh-oh, hang on, big one. Eat it, eat it, eat it.
It is gassing. Like it is turned up.
And then this we associate with the catch rate going up, do we not?
Turned up.
Turned up. It has in the past few days kind of picked up and slowed down when the wind dies down.
Yesterday they were actually biting in the river, other than like this. Oh, now they're running away from it.
Yeah, it sure is. Tough to hear him over the wind.
Oh, things are just getting more and more interesting as we get closer and closer to the end of our season here. Very good stuff going on out there, and I hate to pull away from it, but I do want to tell you about this. Take a look at that 2024 redesigned Toyota Tacoma. What a great reputation this particular truck enjoys and has for so many years. Great resale value, the performance, the styling looks great. You can win one, the Tacoma Hit the Trail sweepstakes. You can Enter every day now through September 19th. Become a part of it. Scan the QR code and get going on the Hit the Trail Sweepstakes Toyota Tacoma. The Humminbird Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Mercury, by PowerPole, and by Progressive Insurance. Sure want to say our big thanks to the local host, St. Lawrence County Chamber of Commerce, everyone in this area, Waddington, the people of Waddington, everyone who comes over to make this such a huge event up here in this very, very special place in the world, and the world of fishing especially. So thanks to everyone. This Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River would not be possible without all of those efforts, all of those volunteers, everything, Mark.
Everything's good.
Everything's
good in Waddington.
Good.
No doubt about it.
We've said that for years.
We have said that for many years.
That is our fallback position to everything.
Good across the border, too. I got a little stat that might be of interest. Both Johnstons are over $900,000 in career B.A.S.S. earnings. Chris will join the Millionaires Club with his $100,000 from Angler of the Year. And if Corey were to win, he would top it too. And I think Walters did it in 77 events. They're doing it in 65 events.
Ooh. This one feels big.
Yeah, they've done it in short time. Critical bass right here for rookie Robert G.
Stay on. Please stay on. This is big. This is a huge one. Please stay on, fish. Please stay on. Please stay on. Please stay on, fish. Please stay on. 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 Boom, baby. Let's go. Yes, sir. God, what a gut. Whew. Let's freaking go. That's a fatty.
That's a 5-pounder. That's 100 pounds.
Wow.
Oof. Well,
good for him.
It's 414.
We always want it to happen in the first hour, but they have 8 hours to catch the right 5 fish.
It worked out good with the show,
slow.
right?
Yeah.
415.
Barely.
That's a 415.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
Tournament lead, though.
Absolutely.
Give me some, dude. Let's go.
In control of the tournament now.
Yep.
I love catching bass.
That was his fizz too. I thought he put a dart in. Just gonna burn a cigarette.
That would have been something.
Ain't nothing can make that not fun. Holy cow. That was awesome. What a fight. What a fight.
He goes from falling down as far as 5th or 6th this morning, slowly creeping up his limit, and then his limit fish gives him almost a 5-pound lead.
That was a big moment right there for that young man.
Hallelujah. Praise the Lord.
His facial expression is way different from about an hour and a half in this morning.
Great point.
He is looking good, shaping up.
He is a good dude.
Stayed with it.
Now we got to do some serious cullage.
Yeah, he's right. Job is not done yet. He's going to have to keep ounce by ounce as best he can.
I got
getting that thing going.
Really meet him. I know.
Back feels good.
I know, Ronnie, you knew him from the Opens last year, but talking to him at Toledo Bend this year, you're like, this is a happy dude. And that's when I was like, man, he is the happy Ewok. There is no doubt about it.
That's right.
Good for him. Awesome.
He needed 21.14 to get to 100. Right now in Bass Track, they have him at 21.15. So 100 pounds, 1 ounce.
Well, it took a while.
Yeah.
But it took a while, Tommy, on day number 1. Marathon Peak Performance, slow start, strong finish, no doubt about it. Robert G., we have him unofficially 1 ounce over the century mark. Robert G. with a lot of great finishes here in his rookie campaign on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Catching that anchor just moments ago. Marathon Peak Performance, Robert G. with, you look at what he caught at 10:28, still room to grow.
I mean, honestly, it could be Marathon Peak Performance. It could be Mercury Move of the Day. It could be
every
Power Pole Replay.
It could be every sponsor element wrapped up in one. This young man from Tennessee.
The
there you go.
of sponsorship.
Very few people have gotten that designation. Okay. Yep.
Good for him. Really, really good, dude.
Just about out of our fishing time here on FS1. We got Urban Fitness Extreme around the corner here.
Amen.
Coming up with something I want to do real quick here, real quick, because it is the end of the season. I want to say a special thanks, so much gratitude to our production staff here in the Bassmaster Studios, on location every year. Dave and Davey down there as well, all our tremendous cameraman. We got Ronnie Moore, we got Such. And a quick note about you. I want to drop this in real quick.
Yes.
This today marks 20 years. You in that spot. 20 years of moving the needle since day one for all the fans, everyone watching. I couldn't be more grateful for all of that.
Tommy, I cannot thank you enough. It's been unbelievable. While we have decided, Karen and I have decided to move on, I cannot thank Bassmaster enough. Time to concentrate on Zona Show, the anglers, all of the production staff, biggest thing, the fans, and I cannot stress this, JM Associates, and most of all, Tommy, you. I love you. It has been an incredible 20 years, but you know what, Tommy? I'm done.
We will see you again.
It's been awesome.
No doubt you will be in this world for a long, long time. Live mix coming up on Bassmaster.com and more live coverage on the way. The weigh-in on Bassmaster.com commences at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Should be something you might want to check out. How are we going to end this season? It looks like it's going to be very close.
Not going to lie, if this is my last tournament that I've called, Tommy, it has been an incredible ride, an incredible event. Bassmaster Elite Series, Tommy, I think that's it.
That's it. Love
See
you,
ya
man.
from Bassmaster
Live.
Yes!
Same page. Yep. We got to get on the same page.
As anglers, as a group, sure.
Yeah. And, you know, I think sometimes those meetings are long and painful, but at the same time, there is an importance of hearing everything face to face. Yeah. So, you know.
Brian, were you around when we did, you know, the meetings, the pre-tournament meetings every week?
No, I think that
was COVID. Yeah.
So 20 was my first. 21 was my first year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But over at FLW, you guys had pre-tournament meetings.
Yeah,
right?
it's definitely nice not having them for
Yeah.
sure.
It's convenient, but in the long run, you're able to address what's going on.
Yeah, but also like, I mean, rules are pretty easy to understand.
Well, yeah, I mean,
honest people follow rules.
Well, yeah.
I mean, it's to me that shouldn't be an issue. Bottom line.
I was trying to say it nicely.
I mean, just say it. But, Robert G., what's he got over here? So y'all get me fired up.
He's taking the lead. He filled out his limit. He's at 100 pounds, 21.15. Wow. So he was setting it for. One thing I see about him, he's not catching any little ones. They're all big ones when he catches them. That's his fifth fish, and that's probably 22 pounds he's put in the boat.
Yeah.
And he's got.
I'm glad to see him take the lead.
He's got a 4-pound 9-ounce lead also. So does he? So is is he fishing an area to himself? I know he wasn't yesterday. Is he fishing by himself today?
No, there's three of them. Top three are all right there.
Biggest community hole on the entire river.
Corey's got a big one. That's a 6-pounder. 5-pounder.
It's just not a giant. Not a giant. It's only 6.
Probably
to his standards.
So
yeah.
how long has Corey actually been fishing?
So I've been fishing the same area, and you make your first. We take off at 7. Your first cast is around 9 o'clock after getting gas and getting out to that spot. So, and you got to leave at about 12:30 or so, being back here at 3. So 2.5 hours back, safely. So
on a day
from
like
3
today?
and a half. Yeah. Yesterday he left. He left around 12:30 or so.
Wow.
Fueling once or twice?
So one thing, fueling once. On the way out. And this little area right here, you're able to get.
God, look at them waves,
oh, yeah,
boy.
Yeah, they were worse yesterday.
Well, they're way worse in person than they are on camera.
The camera never does the waves justice, ever. Getting out there is no problem. It's just being able to endure the. He puked yesterday. He puked over the side yesterday, and
That's
the cameraman, wasn't able to. And that's Corey. I mean, that's Corey. They live here and do that, so it just shows you how bad it was.
Did just what he was supposed to.
I'll tell you, the first time we came here in 2013 or so, I had one angler tell me, just a hammer around here, was fishing the tour at the time, never ever fished the St. Lawrence River or Lake Ontario, never passed by a green can or a red can without throwing on it, and if it's, whether it's in 20 feet of water, 40 feet of water, those big giant concrete anchors that those things are tied to, always hold smallmouth, always. It seems like they're always big ones.
Yeah, I caught a 5-pounder off one yesterday.
I've seen the same thing on Champlain.
Yep.
It's everywhere. We've seen it in Lake Michigan when we fished Sturgeon Bay.
I remember that.
Yep. Same type of deal. Yep. They're going to hang to them.
Well, it's amazing how strong this current is.
Still 2 of them sitting on the chain.
It's I don't know what a good way to actually gauge it is. I mean, whatever your boats wash, I don't know. I don't know how you gauge the speed of it, but it is getting.
So I'm staying with some friends here, and we were at dinner last night. We were trying to calculate when you go through the dam. That's a good gauge of how strong that current is, because it is ripping right there. It's amazing how much pressure is coming through there. But we were trying to figure out how long. They live a few miles away from the dam upstream. How long does it take for water that's in Ontario to flush through this river? It's
so Brian Thrift, when he was in college, I forgot where, maybe Charlotte or anyways, he said Lake Wiley, the lake that I grew up on on the Catawba River, they did some kind of study where they put a dye in the water at the upper dam of Lake Wiley now, and the time that it got to the lower dam, I don't remember. We could call Thrift and he would tell us exactly how long it was, but it was like 27 or 28 days or something. But now, we're talking about a reservoir that doesn't have current like this.
Yes, I know out, just right out here.
And that definitely varies, according to how much flow there is. But here, I don't know. I feel like it shouldn't be.
What is the current? The current's what, 3 to 5 miles per hour?
It was 5 miles per hour. When the wind was blowing yesterday, my boat was moving 5 miles an hour. So I think the current's got to be moving faster than that even. So 80 miles of river, current's moving 6 miles an hour. How long does it take? I don't know. But that water flushes through here so fast, and it keeps it cool all year long.
Who's that third boat in the back there? Is that a camera boat?
I think so.
Yeah, they're close.
Old Robert G has broke the century mark.
Yes, he has.
I think there's going to be 2.
How many?
2.
Come on, baby.
How many were there last year? Everybody in the top 10?
40.
I think 9 of the top 10,
9.
But, that's a different tournament than this.
Yeah, closer.
We're literally 83 miles from the lake, and I don't know. I mean, obviously it's possible, but it's almost unrealistic to say you're going to break 100 pounds in the river. And I guess technically this is the river, but it's close enough to the lake that, you can consider it the lake.
So what's crazy is I think that the cut weight actually went up just a little bit from last year.
It did, which absolutely blew my mind.
Now we're
Me too.
Yeah, like I said, it's got to be a little bit lower. And you know we couldn't go off of 21 last time we come out of here because, one, the scope wasn't, I'm not going to say it wasn't a factor, but it wasn't in everybody's brain like it is now. Canada was off limits. Everybody didn't know how good the lake was.
Right.
I mean, people did. I didn't. It was my first time ever here. And, yeah.
That's a big one.
That is a big one.
Where's Corey Johnson at now? 19 pounds?
6.5 pounds? Maybe.
That's a 6, yep.
Red. What I'm talking about.
Well. But yeah, that was crazy for me. I was like, the weight's got to go down just a hair because most guys committed to the lake, and you know you're losing 2.5 hours of your fishing time. You know, what I mean, I ran 40 miles in the river, you know, just
More
river
than that.
fishing.
So,
but
just to get to the, and now yesterday I realized that it's quicker to go Canada.
Yeah.
Cause I was boat 12, and I passed at least 9 boats. You know, before Ogdensburg probably, and well, I actually was going to what I know is the biggest community hole on the river, is down there at Carlton Island where all these guys are fishing. Had absolutely no idea they were there, and I pull up and there was 2 boats already there.
Yeah.
So like I outran them, but they got there before me. Because I went the speed limit zone, and it's like 7 miles of 30 miles an hour, and I forgot where I was going with that. But what were we talking about?
That area's got them, and I hope Kyle Patrick doesn't.
Oh, it's 52 minutes to get to the slow the slow zone. So 7 miles, that's another 14 miles, and then it's a ways. I mean, it's. To get out where I was at in the lake was taking me almost 2 hours.
Wow. Yeah, I hope, like I was saying.
But now the wind was blowing a little bit.
Yeah.
Not like yesterday and today.
This area, Carlton Island, this whole area, I mean, obviously it's a community hole, but I hope Kyle Patrick doesn't get mad at me for saying that 8-pounder he caught in practice, we all saw it, and it came off of Carlton Island. Now, not this exact spot, but very close to this area, just a little bit shallower. 8-pound smallmouth.
Is he shaking a minnow?
Yes, he is.
Is that what he's been doing all week?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my goodness. Welcome to 2024.
Yeah.
That's what he does.
Yeah, that's what he does it good.
That's what he does.
He's good at
it. He is committed to that, and maybe the best minnow shaker on the planet.
Yep.
I don't hate anybody for scoping, but I don't like scoping.
I hear you. Yeah, Keith Combs grinds a crankbait. KVD rips a jerkbait. Robert G shakes a minnow.
And I talk trash.
You know, yeah, you talk trash real good. I want to grind a crankbait again. We haven't had much of that
When was the last
stuff.
time we've seen you on camera grinding a plug?
Part of that's just me, but part of it is we haven't been in any place I can make it work. Or there was a few that I thought going into it, hey, that's going to be a deal. I really had a decent practice at Champlain winding.
Really?
And it just went away. But, not catching a lot of fish, but quality. Cover enough water, you're going to catch it. A good 4-pounder. It's Champlain, that's money. But no, it's just I don't know. Just the lakes that we've went to at the times and things like that. But man, I do like that fishing.
It's crazy. Fun. It's crazy how and of course the whole industry's been shaken up by the jig-headed minnow thing. But like these same deep schools of fish, whether it's on a place like this, Champlain, or down there on Fork, it's like those same schools you've been catching for decades on a plug. A guy like Robert G could go out there and see them first, present a natural jig-headed minnow, and catch those exact same fish. It's mind-blowing.
Yeah,
they're actually seeing their reactions to different things. We were out there we know we're casting at where there was something, and they're not biting it doing this, they're not biting it doing that. I tell you what, grinding that plug. I love it whenever it's just you got to give it all you've got.
And
where like when you get it in, you're like, and then you fire it back out there and you burn it back and it just locks up. Lake Fork the other year, the second time lead won, I did good, and man, I was burning that plug, and it was so much fun. It just lock up, be a 7-pounder, and God, that just gives me chills.
Yeah, that's the good stuff.
That's what scope is for you now, though, right? Just gives you the chills.
I fight it. I try to do what I've always done every tournament, but I really want to. Like I said, there are certain things I like about it, like being able to see a fish come to your bait. If you're practicing, you can get it away from that fish. It's those kind of things. But no,
Come on, baby.
I definitely
I know you down there, and I know
definitely like fishing my old school styles. I enjoy those a lot more.
They're waiting for me to make.
Oh yeah, I agree. It's just the mystery of the unknown.
Yeah. Well,
it's like you don't always know you're throwing at one, and then oh, there he is.
Yeah.
I mean, I miss those days. Skipping a jig under. I tell you what, at Lake Fork this year, I was skipping a swim bait, your swim bait actually, under docks, and I caught a couple big ones in practice. Well, at a certain point, because I grew up skipping docks. I love it. I felt like I'm good at it. I got to the point it was like, why am I even skipping under there?
Right.
I don't see nothing.
Right.
It was like, that's when it was like, it didn't dawn on me then. It had dawned on me before, but that's when it really hit home.
A lot of the viewers could relate to this, but when you make that money skip, that money cast, and you're rewarded for it with a big fish, there's no better feeling.
No.
Like you can't get that feeling with scope. No. Oh, I see a big one. Let's see if I get it to bite. Oh, got him.
Yeah, it's definitely there's definitely a lot of takeaways, like that. I think you see it in the excitement of the fishermen. I mean, a smallmouth tournament a lot of times ends up looking kind of like this anyway, because it's it's kind of a drop shot thing. But you'll have a few outliers, catching them cranking, catching them jerking, things like that. Those type of things have kind of just went away. Your specialist, what you kind of alluded to that earlier. Like this guy's, he's a jerker. He catches some jerk bait. And when it's a topwater tournament, watch out for this guy. When it's a crankbait tournament, watch out for this guy. No doubt about it. If we keep going at the current rate, you're going to lose your style.
Yeah, you're right.
And I do think that that's something that's definitely over the years, a lot of fans that follow the sport closely. That was something that they looked for.
Sure.
Guys that play fantasy fishing, they could look in that and say, you know what, this is going to be an offshore cranking thing. Watch out for this guy.
Yeah.
Or you know what, they could be hitting. It could be a jig flipping thing or grass flipping thing. Watch out for this guy.
Yeah.
Those are some of the things that concern me in the long run.
Yeah.
How important are those to the sport? How important are those styles? And when you did have a specialist, it was like almost like a form of art. I mean, like he was perfect at it. And you could watch that guy and
learn, absolutely.
But the first time I saw some guys that were really good with live scope, I paid very close attention and I watched and I learned what they're doing. But it didn't take me long to learn that. It's
no, it don't take long at all.
But that's just kind of where I'm at with that.
You definitely don't catch every fish, and nobody does. So like that argument's out of the question.
No.
People that say, "Oh, you just plug it up and you catch every fish you see," you can forget that argument. That's invalid. But it doesn't take long to learn how to do it.
No, it definitely...
It's pretty easy to hit a target.
Corey's cameraman just said, "You're on live mix."
His stomach's mixing right now.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Mine's kind of mixing just watching, to be honest with you.
How far is that out in the lake? You said.
So it's fairly easy to get to because with the south wind, you could run the north bank, which is the Canadian side, and there are 2 islands you could tuck behind to get to it. From that point, once you get around that island, that is the gates of hell, literally. and then from there, it's another 4 miles into the lake. So he's fairly close to an island here, but he is on the death side of that island. So it's about 4 miles. But if you look in front of him there where the wind is coming from the south, that is just giant open water. So all those waves accumulate and crash on that island there where he is not far from. But I'll just tell you right now, like that area I'm familiar with, I fished it last year. There are big schools of fish out there, but it looks like he's picking off singles and doubles. Yep, there were some really big ones in that area, and he's shown that.
And these fish are they're related to rock.
Rock, yep, exactly. Just like you were talking about earlier, just that good mix of that brown chunky rock with those little flats in the area. It's exactly what they're relating to, but they're doing this in 25 to 35 feet of water.
So I tell you something I seen on the scope, of course, this week that I've never seen here. It looked like Champlain. Like you've got those bottom-related fish that, you know, just a foot or so off the bottom or on the bottom. But I also seen fish on bait out in the lake. I've never seen that.
Yeah.
I didn't see a lot of it, but I did see it. Have you seen that much here in the past?
No, not so much. And the production team is telling us we're going for a quick break. So Brian New, why don't you take us out of here?
Well, I'm going to go to John taking a break.
Oh, yeah.
Be back.
Well, we're wrapping it up. This is the end of the live mix, sounds like. And the end of the season. How about that? So we appreciate everyone for tuning in to Bassmaster Live, watching us all season. Hey, don't forget to book your tickets. Check out the Bassmaster Classic 2025 on Lake Ray Roberts, Dallas-Fort Worth area. Flights are really easy to get into, but these guys work their tails off all season long to make it. Keith, unfortunately, I don't think you made it. Did you make it?
We don't want to talk about that.
We don't want to talk about that. Brian New, did you make the Classic?
All right,
I get to go work.
Oh, he gets to work the Classic. Well, come out and see us at the Expo then.
Yeah.
Thank you all for tuning in. This has been the Bass Live Mix, and we will catch you next season.
We're out.
Thank you all. Bowman's a man.
watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
It is Championship Sunday, and not just any Championship Sunday, the final Championship Sunday, the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series. Of course, the Humminbird of Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River, and we return to the former home of the record crowd, Waddington, New York. That record now held by Orange, Texas. But atop the leaderboard, one number you hear about a lot coming in this event. A lot of anglers predicted we would not see it. A century belt earned by Robert G. unofficially right now, 100 pounds and an ounce. All those weights unofficial until they hit the scales this afternoon at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. You can see that on Bassmaster.com. And where are you going to be seeing us from? Well, the great state of New York, and as I've said, Waddington, New York, some 84 miles from the mouth of Lake Ontario, where a lot of our anglers have been moving towards all week long, but these last couple of days, a lot less.
Yeah, you know, a lot of the anglers the last couple of days, like you said, have fished in the river, and a fair amount of them had success. We've seen Drew Benton and others, Caleb Summerall yesterday. Too rough out on the lake. He went out there, came back in the river, and maybe had a better day than he would have out there on the lake. So a lot of fish between here and the lake, but it has really been happening just a little shy of the lake. We've been seeing Chris Johnston, Trey McKinney, and Robert G. right there in one area around Carlton Island.
A very busy area, and it was yesterday and again today, but let's get caught up with what's been going on the water all day long with your Yamaha midday report. We'll start it off with Drew Benton. Went out this morning in 9th position. Pretty relaxed way to finish the year. I mean, last day of school, you passed all the exams. You can't really fail, but you can make a big mark here today.
This is where some people would use a cut day close to the end of school. Just a cut day for Drew Benton, but he didn't cut today. He's moved up from 9th place to 6th place, staying in the river, taking it easy. A little weather this morning there for him, you could see, but moved up from 9th to 6th place, which is cha-ching money. He's in the Classic. He's had a good, solid year, but gaining some more money to his all-time career winnings, which has been really, really good since Drew Benton came over to the Bassmaster Elite Series Rookie of the Year to start out, and we had that awarded yesterday.
Of course, Trey McKinney, our new Rookie of the Year, and I'm sure we'll see from him. But Drew Benton ain't going to have a cut day. I mean, when you got a hot teacher, you want to show up to class, and there is no hotter teacher, figuratively, than the St. Lawrence River and smallmouth bass fishing. It is the best in the world.
Yeah, honestly, we go to great, amazing, very diverse places on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but where we were last week and where we are here this week, every single time we come through the years, anglers say, I don't want to get cut because I want to go back out and go fishing again tomorrow.
The amount of anglers that are still in town waiting to go when this tournament is over is amazing. Shane LaHue, what he's done this week, amazing. The baby shark, when so many turned around at the mouth of the river yesterday, he did not. He hammered through, cranked the creed, and got it done.
Cranked the creed. I like that. So, yeah, Shane LaHue, Classic berth on the line. He was a little out of the Classic coming into this event. Needed to have a good event last week. He did, and needed another one this week. He certainly did. Cracked the top 10. He's in the Bassmaster Classic. 89 pounds and 12 ounces unofficially. And you're right. Yesterday for him to go out there where he went and fished yesterday, a lot of determination. And people that have never fished up here don't realize how much of a commitment it is for yourself, your body, your cameraman, and your equipment to go out on Lake Ontario on days like yesterday.
Well, this guy's used to doing just that. Chris Johnston became the first Canadian to ever win Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year yesterday. And all the hoopla, what was missed is he tied for the biggest 5 smallmouth bass ever weighed in, 29 pounds, 5 ounces yesterday. And, man, just when you thought he was out, he is very, very much in.
Yeah, it really was amazing. And I got to talk to Chris a little bit yesterday afternoon after he had got the trophy handed over to him. Just absolutely incredible the day he had yesterday. After he admitted he kind of spun out the first day or two here on the St. Lawrence River, which I don't think anyone, including his own brother, would have thought that would have happened here, of all places on the St. Lawrence River. But 29 pounds, 5 ounces yesterday, got him that Angler of the Year trophy and put him in position to win this event also, where just 24 hours before that, it looked like, wow, we might see one of Johnson brothers finish, maybe even miss a cut. He was in the mid-30s going into yesterday, but that didn't happen.
Well, the other half of the Johnson brothers juggernaut is Big Bro, Corey Johnson, and obviously the halfway point of this tournament is in two-way tie with Robert G. He's never been out of the top three, basically, and he wants to double down in 2024. I mean, after he won that, it took him like 12 minutes to say, I'm going to win another one this year.
Yeah, he really did. It was amazing. He said the same thing. I think we were together there right after he won, and Corey, instead of taking time to celebrate, holding that blue trophy over his head, like you said, he just immediately would say, well, I'm going to win another one before the end of this season. We still going up north. So great job for Corey Johnson all week. Yesterday, he really got beat up going to his fish, but he was determined to go there. And, man, they were biting and biting good. But he and his cameraman had a rough go at it a little bit yesterday. The area of Lake Ontario he was on, I talked to some other anglers like a Clark Wendlandt that went over towards Chamote Bay area. It wasn't nearly as bad as over there where Corey was. And for Corey Johnson to say it's the roughest water I've ever fished in on Lake Ontario, that's saying something.
That sure is. Well, we've been dealing with him all year long. Trey McKinney, 96 pounds, 10 ounces. I loved his honesty on stage yesterday when I said, what do you got to get better in your sophomore season? And I kind of planted that, expecting, like, is this kid going to tell the truth? Right away, he said, I got to be better at reading things.
You've been doing this a long time. Have you ever had an angler say that to you? What are you going to do in the off season? I need to read more. Have you ever had anyone say anything like that?
No.
It was a surprise to me.
And some of them need to, but they still don't say it.
That's right. That's exactly right. But he did say it. Now, will he do it? That's something to be determined later, I guess in February next year when we start the new season off. But what a year he has had, other than a few times where maybe he should have done a little more reading. What a phenomenal year he had from start to finish. Trey McKinney, currently unofficially in second place.
There is your tournament leader, Robert G., unofficially the first angler to join the Century Club this time around. Many said it wouldn't happen. They said they got half the fishing time running out of Waddington. We will not see a Century belt. Well, they didn't tell that to Robert G.
Sure didn't. I did say coming into this, I'm going to kind of run him more. If nobody else remembers, I did say one angler would have 100 pounds the winner, but I think I'm going to be wrong. There's enough fishing time, I think, that Trey McKinney, Corey Johnson, or Chris Johnson, one of those anglers will exceed the 100 pounds before they get back to weigh in also. So, like you said, very few, if any, people predicted it'd be multiple 100-pound stringers, with it being 84 miles from where we are here at the takeoff at Waddington all the way to the mouth of the lake.
Well, I don't want to one-up you, but I said the same thing. I said we'd see 1 to 2. I don't think we'll ever come here and not see them. Just simply because the fish are getting bigger, the anglers are getting better at it. Technology allows them. I think the biggest difference with the technology is I don't feel like they're all of a sudden catching more, but they are ultimately because it allows them to relocate those fish a lot quicker. In the past, smallmouth were these phantoms that disappeared. Not anymore.
Got a decent limit. They're not easy to catch today. That's for sure. But I know what lives here, and I just need a few more bites to get up to, around that 25, 26 pound range. I've got some solid ones, but I need to cull out one I've got under 3. But we're just gonna keep trucking along, and I'm gonna stay here for a little bit longer. I don't really feel like leaving. I caught one close to 5 a minute ago, so they're here still. You just gotta execute. Got a little breathing room too. It feels good.
Update is we need 3 more bites. We missed 2 and lost 1. It's been a struggle for sure, but I mean, I'm still seeing some. It's just almost impossible to get my bait to him and present it properly. But see what we can do here.
Yeah, we just
take a look at
got
that.
out here. I said I was going to do 2 drifts. This is kind of the end of the second drift. No bites, but it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be for wind, but we're slightly protected. I'm sure where my brother is, it's a whole lot worse. But we're going to head back into where I caught him this morning. I missed 2 in the last half hour. They look like good sized ones on the live scope, so we'll head in there. If you get 2 6-pounders, you never know what happens. So they obviously live there. They're just being a little more stubborn today. Maybe when this
Well, we learned yesterday Corey Johnson is not afraid to puke and rally. and that might just happen again by the looks of things. Yeah, it's so difficult staring at his graphs as much as he is and trying to not just look at the big picture of his graphs, but find his bait and present it like he said, present it properly in front of those smallmouth bass. You are really trying to focus in on a dot. And when you're moving around that much trying to focus on that dot, it'll make the best of them have motion sickness. Things a little calmer over with Robert G. for the 3rd event in a row. He's inside our top 5 on Championship Sunday. And he started off his Elite Series career doing that on Toledo Bend. I mean, when he's on them, he is on them.
Yeah, and it's been, about half of the tournaments he's been in our top 5 in the final day. That's a great start to his Elite Series career. Much slower for him this morning than it has been the last 2 days, but I just kept reminding myself, and hopefully he did.
Oh, no.
Day 1, he didn't catch a fish until 10:30.
It out a little bit, Every time, the first 2 days when I was here, every time the wind kicked up a little bit harder, they bit way better than they did when it wasn't. So it's just harder to, control your boat and position your boat properly, but it ain't horrible. Trust me, I went out.
Yeah, that's where I was going to go. He mentioned about the wind. The first day that wind picked up about mid-morning, 10-ish or so, and at 10:30 he started catching fish. Yesterday and Friday, the day before, the wind blew obviously more than it did on day 1, and he caught them all day long. And yesterday, Chris Johnson caught a lot of them. Trey McKinney, if you think about, there's been several hundred pounds of smallmouth bass taken off of this 100-yard stretch of the shipping channel. Yeah, so even the best lakes in the country, they're going to only replenish to a certain number of days and keep kicking out those trophy-sized fish. Yeah, on day 2, watching G on day 2, it seemed like this is a fountain that will never run out.
Yes. It's just so difficult here to lay off of them because the weights just surprise you every single time.
Well, what doesn't surprise you at the end of the season is so many tournaments on the line. Everybody focused, of course, on the final Elite Series title of the 2024 season, but the overall season trophy, what most anglers, including yourself, say is the greatest honor in this sport, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. And Chris Johnston, after knocking on that door literally every year he's been here for the most part since joining, he finally gets it done, and he is the first Canadian ever to do it. And his boys just wanted the trophy. They just kept trying to take it out of his hand. Give me that thing, Dad. You'll earn your own in a few years, I'm sure. On location coverage here in the great state of New York, and the slogan is I love New York, and I can speak on behalf of all of us. We have loved New York the last 2 weeks. obviously last week in Plattsburgh, but this week in Waddington, New York, and that is our playing field, the St. Lawrence River. A lot of anglers earlier in the week making big runs out to Lake Ontario, but mostly anglers staying inside the river the last 2 days with the change in weather. And an angler that changed his fortune in this event is Carl Jacobson, but he needs to keep the pressure on. Unofficially needs 3 more spots to feel safe and say he's in the Bassmaster Classic.
Big dog head shakes. No, not a big one. Damn. Come on. Beggars can't be choosy.
He's on the green marker pattern. Had a big stringer yesterday. Not sure if he caught him on the green or the reds, but whatever it was working for him. Had a little slower start this morning. They're always on the reds, Davey. Always on the reds? Okay. Yes. Okay. Bigger ones, smaller ones on the green. Don't tell everyone. I had a buddy who once believed that. But what Carl Jacobson has done his whole career and is doing again here this week is why everybody loves him. I mean, Fear My Heart is a great slogan for him because what he has lacked coming from a different country that doesn't have bass, like our bass, and it's his heart that carries him, and, man, he never gives up, but he's got to keep fighting here. Had tough action this morning and isn't even in his own boat anymore.
Oh, wow.
He's in Brandon Polnick's boat, I believe.
Obviously, hasn't been the day we envisioned right now, but, you know, it happens. We put our boats through pretty fair bit of stress this week. Caught 2 3-pounders. The spot where I caught 26 yesterday, it's just changed a little bit. This wind adjusted them, just moved them, but there's a lot of locals fishing, and I didn't get here till 10, so lost about 3 hours of fishing time. Got to put my head down. It can happen. Yesterday I literally caught 26 in probably 30 minutes. So right now I'm just moving around. I'm shifting to all the different spots that I think I can run into them, and we're trying to make it happen. A little bit of adversity, but we got this. We're in a boat, we're fishing, happy, grateful. Appreciate everyone at home. Come on, Australia, send them vibes. We need some big ones.
Just sometimes they just come off, but for the most part, just kind of fishing by the seat of my pants here in the river, running some old stuff, fishing some places I got bit yesterday, and it's been going fairly well, to be honest with you. Pull up to a place, expect to catch, 3.5-pounders, and a 4 3/4 comes and looks at your trolling motor, and you drop to him and he bites. I mean, stuff like that happens, and it's kind of going your way a little bit, but overall, it's been a good day. No complaints here. Just having a good time out here right now. I just broke my weight off. These zebra mussels are terrible for that, throwing light line.
I'd be able to pick up one. Well, I thought we'd be able to pick up one random fish, It's been okay. It's been slow. I mean, I've caught a bunch of fish, nothing of any size. I'm actually just hitting new water. Honestly, just pre-fishing for next year. Just looking for the mother load, it's I'm gonna go run some stuff in a minute and go catch me like 18, 19 pounds, and then go do some drifts on the river. The drifts are probably the deal today with this cloud cover and this kind of wind, more current today. So that's what we're gonna go do to go try to catch a good one. But I just figured we'd catch them fishing more, just randomly. But it's been slow. I mean, we haven't done nothing crazy, haven't caught anything large yet. But hey, that's how it goes.
Patrick Walters has definitely exercised the demon that is the North. I mean, with what he did last year and this year, making 2 top 10s in a row in our Northern swing, we can never, ever say that about him again. And actually, I asked him what he's doing after this event. He says, I'm not leaving. I'm not going anywhere. He says, I got a tournament in a week's time, and I'm just going to stay here and keep beating on him. Yeah, he mentioned there that just practicing for next year. I thought he said next year. Maybe he said next week.
No, his tournament isn't here next week. He's staying here just to,
Okay.
I think he said next year. Let's go check in with the baby shark, Shane LaHue.
One thing I did hear him say correctly is, thought I'd just catch a few more just randomly fishing. It's not quite that easy. These guys make it look easy,
great.
especially
we got
Patrick
2
Walters
good ones early. Started on a place. For some reason, they bite early. It's actually where my roommate Cobb, he caught them last year. And we got a limit off of it, but only 2 good ones. It's definitely slowed down here in the last couple hours. I'm about to make a move up the river and try to cull a couple more. I don't know what we got. We might have like 16 pounds. It's not much. It's kind of been a struggle. I'm on a big group of fish right now that won't bite, and I'm sure they've been thrown at a lot in the last few days. I figured my best chance to make a big comeback was to come down here, at least in the morning, and get as close to the lake as I could. I mean, the lake's right there. We're like 2 miles away, but it's even been a little hard to fish here as well. I can't imagine what the lake looks like. I wasn't gonna risk it today, and I don't think I would have made it back. I think it's even worse today than it was yesterday. But again, we took a chance. I'm fishing a lot of new stuff here in the last little bit that I'm just trying to find some bigger fish. But it's been a struggle, honestly. I'm not very good in the river, to be honest. I've never caught them that well in the river. Typically, I mean, I spend my time on Ontario. Usually if I catch them in the river, it's up shallow, and the conditions are not very good for that today. They tend not to like the clouds here. I learned that the hard way one year.
I learned that the hard way one year myself, Shane LaHue. They like to go shallow when the sun is out and the clouds are few and far between. They like to get up there and roam around and just go hunting for food.
He also told me yesterday he learned exactly how big a wave has to be that he doesn't want to be in it. And it was exactly how big it was yesterday. And he lived up to his word by saying, I don't want any piece of that today. He's only running a 20-foot boat, too. You know, which, I mean, it seems like, 20, 21 makes a big difference when they get really big like that.
Yeah. Most of the times, the 20 and 21-foot boats. Very little difference, you know. There's little advantages one way or the other, but on the Great Lakes, every foot certainly counts. Back in the day when we first started coming here, early in my career, most of the guys were in 18-foot boats, 150 horsepower maximum, so most guys ran 18-foot boats. So I can tell you, there is definitely a difference between an 18-footer and a 21-footer.
Yeah, and your range. I mean, 100 more horsepower. I mean, there's only so far these guys can go with 250s and with what they have. Yeah. Well, you take 100 horsepower off that, that takes away a lot of the territory that we're seeing.
In two ways. If it's calm, which it normally isn't out on Lake Ontario, just 100 more horsepower, obviously you can go faster. But even when it's rough, you're not going to be able to go top end, but you can go faster with that 250 with that 21-foot boat than you could with a 150 and 18-foot boat.
More torque.
Yeah, it's got to be. That's got to be them right there.
Uh-oh.
Not big. Not bad. Not big, though. There's a bunch of them right there.
Chris's 29 pounds, 5 ounces overshadowed Jordan's stringer yesterday, which was still a great catch, 27 and change.
Yeah, 27.
Yeah, we had to make a move to the river and pick a bunch of random stuff. Golly. Man, that ain't terrible. Yeah. Yeah, my main area where I've been catching all the meats, that's pretty good coal. Most guys wouldn't put that one in their live well. But my main area that I've caught all those giants in just dried up. There just wasn't any size there, and they were hard to catch. I wasn't seeing the numbers that I have been, so I had to make a move. I caught one of the right ones there. That was it. So we're having to back up and punt. I don't even know anything else to fish, so I came over here by Clayton. I'm just gonna fish my way back. I don't have anything else to do. Try to learn something maybe for next time we come.
Caleb, how's your day going so far?
Pretty slow, man. We opted not to go to the lake. It's blowing again. I kind of just hit the area that I kind of caught my fish in yesterday, and it just really wasn't happening. We caught one decent one right off the jump, and then I don't know what's going on over there. Just they weren't biting. So I came closer to the ramp where I've caught some fish in the past, and we just kind of grinding it out. Not mad at it. Just going to keep working to see if we can run across some bigger ones. Like I said, I didn't practice the river. I fished in the lake all 2 days, both days of practice. So just kind of going off the history of stuff that I fished in the past, and not stressing, just enjoying being out here. That's all.
Great to see Caleb Summerall having a good finish to his year this year, and to hear him say yesterday on stage, sometimes hard work does pay off. I know he's been really working hard here to make the Bassmaster Classic, and that worked out for him this week.
Yeah, just missed the top 10 in Champlain and slid in there this week.
Just before that, though, Jordan Lee, I just kind of looking around.
Just fishing.
I really don't have anything. Might go over there kind of towards. I mean, you could close your eyes and he might be leading the Bassmaster Classic saying that, or you could be in Waddington, New York, and he's saying that. It's the same Jordan Lee. Just go fish around a little bit.
I've always asked pros, like, is he one of the most frustrating people to compete against? And I don't mean that as a negative towards him, but he's just so, I'm just going fishing. See, I'll just go fishing,
I wish I could have looked that laid back, and there's no laid back in him. I mean, someone to be as successful as he's been in his career, he's got drive. You've got to have that drive, but he sure doesn't appear to be driven. I just maybe learn something for next year or whenever.
He's fun to watch. Happy to have him back in the Bassmaster Elite Series. He talked to me off stage about how excited he was, now unofficially, but official. He's a 6-time Classic qualifier. He's going to be part of our next Classic, and he has missed it. Welcome in. On Location coverage continues The final stop of the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series here in the St. Lawrence River, the Humminbird Bassmaster Elite in beautiful Waddington, New York. Happy to be back here. I think the first time we came to Waddington 13 years ago or so. Always rolling out the red carpet for us, but the red carpet that is this incredible body of water is Century Belts, and we have unofficially got one, and that is your tournament leader, Robert G. from Knoxville, Tennessee. Unbelievable rookie season. Hard to believe that, when you say he's had 4 times now that he's been in the top 5 on Championship Sunday, you're like, well, that's your rookie of the year. No. I mean,
absolutely incredible. And we've talked about it all year, but if you look, and then right now, unofficially, right behind him is another rookie in the unofficial standings for this event here on Championship Sunday. So we talk about it often, but it has been mind-boggling this year how good the rookies have been.
What is Patrick Walters? Definitely not a rookie.
No.
Definitely not a seasoned veteran in some ways. But, I mean, I guess with 19-year-olds, I guess he is.
You look at his success, and you think seasoned veteran. Then you look at his Bass Track weight estimations, and he's a rookie.
No, he's not. He is a champion, if you ask me.
You're 4 pounds off of a 22-pound back?
It makes weigh-ins better, Davey. I don't know why you guys are so focused on making them honest. They're not honest in any other part of fishing. Why would we expect them to be honest?
You're right. You're right.
Taking his time with this one.
Been a little slower for him today. He could use a good cull.
It was in grass.
I mean, I think. He says he has 17 pounds. Who knows?
Good point. Here's something we haven't seen much this week. Grass.
He got heavy quick. I popped that one up off the bottom. He came up and ate it. There's a bunch of them down there. 3-pounder, probably. Let's go to cull number 2.
Talking about the time and how more efficient these anglers are. You could hear his trolling motor working while he was unhooking that fish. Years ago, you'd drift 50 to 100 yards away from that location, and now that he can get right back up and make another cast.
Over to 2-time Classic qualifier, Elite Series champion, and the second best break dancer in Australia, Carl Jacobson.
Good one. Bit better. It's not the 5s, but I'm not going to be choosy right now. It's the better one. It's a better one. Number 3. It's pretty slow. But we're ticking away.
Third keeper.
Sit right there, buddy.
Boy, everybody pulling for him. These last 2 tournaments, he has done well moving up and giving himself a chance to, from almost being what most people thought was totally out of it, didn't even have a chance to. He started 7th today and needs to move up 3 places from there. Is that the case? He needs to be 4th?
Yeah.
To guarantee himself in?
Yep. Over to Jordan Lee. Just fishing.
horrible. He may call out one. Oh, yeah. That was pretty good right there. Not bad.
I'd say that's a pretty good one. Definitely better than the 212.
See if I can find my small one.
Patrick hooked up again.
Three-bounder. So we'll get us a limit of 3s, and then it's going to be 5 or 3.
It looks like the just fishing pattern is really working out good for Jordan and Patrick. Both of them said, just fishing, maybe looking for some stuff for
catch one right there
another day. They've caught them ever since.
It goes on that big flat, and it drops in this little depression, and it jumps up onto this high flat, and they're always on the front side of this, and I can always catch 1 or 2. But they're always about, oh, that's a big one. That's a big one. That's a big dog. That ain't a bass. Oh no. Don't be a drum. Yeah, that's a big drum. Gosh.
Right up till he said that, I was about to say, are we seeing shades of Takumi Ito? He was certain that was a striper.
Has he seen it for sure yet?
Big head shakes.
Probably so, yeah.
That's the problem. Even when you know it's a drum, there's a little party that's like, maybe not.
Oh, it's always a little hope.
There was that one time.
It's one of them proper big ones.
He was right. It is a big one.
Well, wind definitely picking up, and things get a lot worse when you're out where Corey Johnson is fishing.
God.
Oh boy.
One, 2. God. Keep missing.
Get your hat. The crazy thing is that is extreme to fish in, but we talked about it yesterday. A lot of big fish chew in that kind of weather.
Right. It's looks rougher today than it did yesterday there.
Well, there's your angler of the year and your tournament leader. And also, well, let's just go tournament leader and
unofficial second place.
Yeah, and current rookie of the year. Can't take that from him.
Roberts hooked up. It's been a while. If I'm not mistaken, he's still got one 3.5 pounder. That he'd love to get rid of.
Smallest fish at 3.8.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But a 4.8, 4.6, 4.10, 4.15, and that 3.8. Brings him to 21 pounds, 15 ounces.
Fish was probably 30 feet from the boat when it jumped, but it definitely looked bigger than 3/8 to me. We'll see.
Come on, baby.
Shortly.
Stay on. Stay on. Stay on. Come here. Come here. Come here. I don't know if he'll help. Dang it. Thought he was a lot bigger than that.
I did too.
He did pull hard.
Dark one though. They always look bigger, the darker fish.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't think he'll help. No. Didn't help.
Break tournament that it felt like people were perpetually hooked up. All of a sudden it feels like
going away.
Yeah, it feels like there's something going to explode here at some point this afternoon, but right now it just feels like it's kind of in that lull.
The calm before the storm.
Yeah.
And I agree with you. I think it will, but it's as an angler you feel that also, and I'm sure they do. You hope it's the calm before the storm, but you can definitely tell there's just one more. This place has got to be good for one more.
I know what's happening. I'll tell you exactly what's happening. They're waiting for Zona and Tommy and the crew.
Yep.
I mean, they won't do it for me and you, Davey, but they'll do it for those guys. Davey Height, it has been a pleasure and an honor to spend as much time as we've spent together this year doing this. Can't believe this is the last one. But we'll be back at it next year.
I sure hope so. You're the greatest, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, so today I actually ended up puking. I've been in a lot of rough water in my life and never even felt nauseous, but it hit me today. So I had to get that out and carried on and caught a few more after that. You know, I've had so many opportunities to win on this lake and in Bassmaster Elite Series tournaments, and something always goes wrong, or I lose big fish, or my trolling motor falls off the borrowed boat, or whatever it might be. So man, if I can win the tournament, I mean, that'll make up for all those times where we came up a little short here.
Corey Johnston on his year, his career, his life. Who plays Corey Johnston, Mark Zona, in the movie of this Elite Series?
Ben Roethlisberger.
Ben Roethlisberger. What? Oh, I'm telling you. Oh, he is a force of nature. There it is, to be sure, and he will stand up to nature and punch it in the nose.
There's a little bit of Alan out of The Hangover in there too, if you really kind of watch him a little bit.
Corey Johnston in third place, certainly not out of it. He has got room to grow that. He just doesn't have unlimited time.
You could see, on the Canadian side in Niagara Falls, Corey walking around with one of those fanny packs, just like Alan out of The Hangover. And I give him credit, man. He has braved the elements where nobody else really in the field even dared to do. Shane LaHue gave it a run yesterday, but he had protection. Corey has had zero protection for the last 48 hours. I mean, that is as brutal as it gets.
I just moved back on the flat a little bit where there's hundreds and hundreds of drum. So it's hard to actually decipher what's a bass, but just kind of casting at these big groups of fish. And every once in a while, you'll see some bass come up off the bottom after your bait. It's the only way I can really tell what they are.
Good look.
What's that?
Chris Johnston right here.
I think he's getting soft in his old age, chumming over the side of the boat. He needs to grow up, but he better catch some bass today. It wouldn't be easy out there, that's for sure. What's that? For right now, if he wins this tournament, I don't know. It'll be up for debate. I'd really like to catch 2 more big ones right now. That would be ideal. Two 6s, it'd be a good day. What's that? You'd have to look at the stats. I think that's Ronnie's job. Tell him to look at the stats and figure it out. But I think I got bragging rights there too.
Chris Johnson kind of running down his list of people who need tuning up a little bit out here today.
No, I think it was
Ronnie
positive,
Moore,
though. I think
Corey Johnson.
he was bragging on Corey, but he was saying that I would know, so I take that as a compliment. But, you know, plus he's at the St. Lawrence. He can't hit me from Little Rock,
They'll
so
find
I'm
you.
safe. Yeah.
They'll find you, Ron.
He's putting you on notice that he has his eye on you.
Hey.
I think there's that. There's going to be a little more insistent wind there.
Exactly.
Those two are. Robert G. Chris Johnson. Let's go out to Patrick Walters.
Exactly. Hooked up live right outside of Kingston, Ontario. It is definitely blowing harder today because this was a lot calmer semifinal Saturday.
Dang, he's down there at the bottom. Tire out. He looked good when he jumped, but he didn't look huge. But he's fighting good.
Patrick Walters, all his next year's expectations are solid, locked up for the Classic.
He's even pre-fishing for future years here.
Future tournaments here.
Just looking for more honey hole.
Am I out of line to ask, Ronnie, when are we going to find out the schedule for next year?
When does that happen?
Hey, guess what, Tommy? Welcome to Bassmaster, where we keep it from ourselves. I got to beg and poke and prod. I'm just saying.
I'm giving you full
not
transparency on my part. I don't know anything.
Absolute transparency.
Okay.
No clue.
Okay.
When do we find
number 3?
That's awesome, T.
Well,
I know.
Inquiring minds want to know.
2.5 is the smallest.
Number 3.
Well, this year's schedule wasn't released till like September 6th last year.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Got a month.
September 6th will be on us in a second.
Start of the NFL season, regular season.
Yeah, that's how close it is.
Hey, I got to piece together some of Chris Johnston's commentary with Brian Evie, his cameraman. The question he was alluding to was, who is better at the St. Lawrence, Chris or Corey? My stats would say Chris, because he has a much higher floor. He has not had those pitfalls that Corey has mentioned of debacles.
Yeah.
Like I said, he had that 20
come up and look at it in a long time.
He had that 20 out of 20 streak in the top 10. It's now 22 out of 24. Not too shabby.
Oh, speak of the devil, one's coming way up. Came up like 20 feet. This could be a good one.
Will not go away, will he? No.
Oh, no. No, he's not going to be.
Give me every trophy.
Yeah.
Thrown 100 times, then all of a sudden one comes up 20 feet to try and catch it when it's falling. Hopefully this is one of the 6-pounders we need. Come on, it's not a 6. Little football though. I don't know if he'll help us or not. Chunky one.
So hard with the wind and current.
He's got to help. Smallest is a 4 even, so it's got to be bigger. Not much. Let's see here in a second. He's actually not as big as I thought. It says 2115 on the scale.
That'd be an ounce cull from what he. No, let's see.
No.
About quarter pound maybe. But he was 1 ounce behind his brother on Bass Track, if you were to believe it.
Back out to Trey McKinney, held the lead down for a while during the course of today. Right now he's got about a 3.5-pound deficit estimated to Robert G.
Yeah, and he has broke away from the rookie Trinas.
Yeah.
So hard to leave it. So hard.
It's a happy place.
I got a big one coming. Hang on. No! No! That's how I'm feeling. That was a giant. Oh my goodness. Come on. Oh, I saw him swimming. Pitched it up in front. What is going on? Hang on, we got issues. It's, I need a 5-pounder and a 5.5 really, really bad, because then I would have like unthinkable weight. I didn't realize I was this close to having like a giant bag. I thought I was just like, Thought I had like 23, 24. When I looked at my scale, I said 20, 25, what? And I still have a 4.4 and a 411. So we gotta find a 5-pound biter here pretty quick. Because we need it bad. That's gonna be really, really important to what today happens. Because I got a decent lead on me. I mean, Chris and Corey would be the last people I'd ever want to do it here with, that's for sure. And Robert. I mean, Robert, those fish could turn on and bam, catch them. Well, I've caught a 5 in the river every day, not every day, but 2 days. Buoys are so hard to fish because the current switches. I see one. But at live, oh, it's big. That's for sure.
Now then.
Say it with your chest.
Exactly right, Tommy. We talk about this power pole replay of the day, and we're going to go back. We left it for a second there. We're going to go back to the rookie Trenas with Robert G. from Tennessee. Let's talk about his tournament, really. He has eclipsed. And here's what's amazing about this young man this week. Obviously, we have ad nauseum. This is a well-known community hole. He has caught over 100 pounds of bass, not from an area, but one spot.
Let's freaking go.
If you really look at his day 1 and day 4, it has not been easy those 2 days. Days 2, yesterday, fantastic, man. Everything has worked out great. We're getting it done today, a 1/4 ounce jig head with a 5-inch minnow throughout the tournament. Staying very generic on that minnow. Not sponsor friendly for Robert G. It's a minnow that a lot of people use, Ron. I think we've seen it, I don't know, pretty much for the last 2 years.
Oh, baby.
Steve Kennedy found out about it at Smith Lake, though.
Exactly.
So.
A little late to the party. How about the power pole replay of the day? Rookie Robert G. Good dude and might have gotten it done crossing the century mark.
We've got belly pats. We've got Heisman poses. A baby Ewok has brought it.
This tournament, across the board, on and off the water, has had literally, besides somebody literally getting married during the event, I'm sorry, we had an engagement.
Engagement.
Yeah,
There's been some engagements on the water, no doubt, this week,
We've had
too.
a little bit of everything here, all good. Man, we have to be very grateful for the way we're getting to wrap up our season here in this incredible place, the St. Lawrence River. And guess what? There is more fishing on the way. 10 anglers still. Ways to go. All right. 3 o'clock Eastern Time is weigh-in time for the Humminbird Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River. That is the final weigh-in of the year, the final reckoning, and figured in travel times. You figured, boy, hour and a half max for most of our guys.
I think we still have Corey out there.
Yeah, Corey out there. Corey's running out of time.
Corey will stay out there until he hits 100 pounds, whether it's tomorrow.
Yeah, there
we
is.
go.
Oh, man.
Right.
Oh, wow. Hey, if you're going to go out there and go through that, you're going to let a little thing like time get in your way.
You'll want to check out Dalton Tumlin's photo gallery. He's been around and seen a lot, and he said it's going to be a good one.
All right.
With the waves out there with Corey.
That was who was in that boat out there with him.
See, he's got all even numbers, 5.02, 4.0s, 2 3.0s. How low do you think he really is?
He always is low.
2 pounds maybe, tops?
I got him around the 23-pound mark probably.
Right now you do?
Yeah, I mean, he's always
right.
3 or 4 pounds low. Say 23, 22 and a half.
If he's 22 and a half, he is tied with G, like right there.
At 22 and a half?
Yeah, he was about 13 ounces behind coming into the day, so anything 22 and a half and up is, with what G has right now, is going to be there at the doorstep.
Come on, I gotta go.
Jenny. Yep. Heard him make the comment. Gotta go now.
Looking for his smallest. Going to be around a 3-pounder.
There's the coal. That'll help him, but now, like you said, he's checking the clock right now. He's going to have to go. He's got a much longer run than the rest of the anglers in our top 10. Wanted to bring it into the Bassmaster Studios at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. I wanted to showcase the spot that Chris and Corey Johnson have put on the map, as we've heard this week, and how a couple of our top anglers are. So checking out Lake Master mapping. If you're looking at this, you see the dark blue water going up to the light blue, the yellow, and then to the green. This is the direction that the water is flowing from Lake Ontario up the river from the southwest to the northeast. It's headed this direction. It will now hit this nice little sweet maple rind, and it will push up onto that flat, and that is where we've seen Chris Johnston, we've seen Robert G. But Trey McKinney's in this region, but he's been more up in this range of it before it falls off into Diablo's Trench, aka the main channel at the St. Lawrence River. So we got to keep an eye on that. But this spot is so unique, so much current flowing through. Extra wind today from that direction at times can really speed up that current. So they've changed. They've gone from the Maple Rind, and they've relocated a little bit near Diablo's Trench. But all of our leaders still catching them. We still only have one over the Century Club, though. So we'll keep an eye on if anybody else can do it.
None of that made any sense, but it was so good, Ronnie.
Hey, it makes sense to the three people in studio that
I'm
matter.
leaving, but
Your
give me a favor.
loquaciousness
More
was
of
intuitive
that.
there, Ronnie.
More of that.
Just keep the phone on ringer
It's
so I
live.
can get
doesn't
the
doesn't matter
inspiration.
anyway. That is good stuff. Gonna head
That
over
was
to
for you,
Kingston.
Z. That was for you, Z.
Still in the same area. Patrick Walters.
Please let the bigger of the two get it. There's two of them on it. That's a better one.
I didn't put intuitive in there, Tommy. I left off intuitive.
Wow. That's why I asked, how do you know all this, Ronnie? That's what I was kind of
Teeing it up.
See?
Teeing it up.
He's doing some crazy head shakes.
I'll be better.
Coming to you. Got her. Skin hooked. Dang. Yo, Nico got her. Ooh, the fish has got a hole in its lip. All right, what is our small? Number 2.
Meantime, back in the St. Lawrence River and up a ways, or downstream a ways, I should say.
Yeah.
Let's get back to Drew Benton. Started out with a good one this morning.
He was firing
Big
this morning.
5-pounder. Yeah.
Everybody was running. Drew Benton started at Ogdensburg, making his way down past Morristown. Good coverage today with Drew Benton.
Yeah.
This one, gosh, dude, this one's a big one. Please be a bass. This one's fighting like a drum. This is a bass. That's a daggum 6-pounder. That ain't no bass.
Coming up. It's the moment that you say, this ain't no bass, but in your head you're thinking, oh, it just
can't be a bass.
There it was right there.
Yeah.
15-pound drum. See color. Oh, it is a bass. Ain't as big as I thought. God, he was fighting hard. I'll get rid of that too something anyway.
Some help there for Drew Benton. Carl Jockins trying to make some movement fast. Got to get to fourth
Kind of
place.
crazy because I don't need 2 more bites. I need 5. I need to run into one of those and they're biting. Not the day I envisioned, but if you're going to have a day that started like mine, it may as well be on Championship Sunday. I'm grinding. I've got about 1 hour to make something happen. I've got 2 spots where I think it can happen. But yeah, just has been one of those days so far, but that can change real quick. I'm not quitting, not giving up. We're around some big smallmouth. I just got to get a couple more to bite. We've got 3 in the well. But yeah, it's been a fun-filled day. There's a couple there. But yeah, just glad to be here, glad to be out fishing. Grateful for Brandon helping me get back in a boat. And we're trying to make something magical happen in this last hour. I'm not quitting. Oh, he grabbed it. Sucker.
You heard him lay out the time, Carl Jockimson. He's got a little more than an hour to get something done. He needs 5 big bites, really.
Yes, absolutely. Still positive, though.
Oh, yeah.
Which is, I mean, that's amazing.
That's a Carl Jockimson 101.
Yep.
Like, if I get a wind knot, I'm in a bad mood. If there's water on the deck of my boat, I'm spun out.
Way to ruin my day.
Right.
4 of them looked at it. Finally, the 5th one ate it.
Oh boy.
Live release. Looked like a 4-pounder. There's a bunch down there.
hooked in the bottom, so I can't grab him by the lip. I don't know why I went away, he's just so fat.
There's more fish than I've seen all day right here. And they're all pretty interested. But we need a couple big ones quick. We got 20 minutes.
Acting right.
It's amazing how they just show up.
Such, I will tell you, looking at Corey Johnston when he was culling, he had still one pretty small one in his.
Not sure how big this one is. 5-pounder would be nice.
This bass track says 5 for 20 pounds even. He needs 22.11
Little guy.
to get to a Century Club and one
The
more
little
ounce
ones
to
have
tie
moved in.
G.
I don't think he'll help. If he does help, he's an ounce. He's gonna help us. Exact same size as my smallest. Four, 2.
Well, it's a critical next 20 minutes, especially with them starting to bite.
Yeah.
For Chris Johnston, critical time culling right now.
Chris Johnson thinks he needs a couple of big 5-pounders to get up there. Could be right. I want to remind you about the Yamaha Right Waters Bassmaster Kayak Series, scored by Tourney X. Very unique new way to catch big bass in a tournament setting. Kind of a nice entryway into it, too. You've got these kayaks that now tricked out with all sorts of propulsion innovations, stability innovations, all the latest gear and electronics you could possibly want. Just wrapped up a big one up on the Susquehanna. Got another one coming up from Caddo Lake down there in Shreveport, Louisiana. So hit the QR code there. Get yourself informed and into Yamaha Right Waters Bassmaster Kayak Series.
Inches instead of pounds and ounces.
Inches instead of pounds. That's the Tourney X system. Some interesting stuff. I think you'll find it well worth your time. Take a look. The Humminbird Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Bassmaster Live, our last Bassmaster Live for the Bassmaster Elite Series 2024. 4 days of coverage we have brought you has been fabulous. It is always fabulous when we come up here to the St. Lawrence River, Lake Ontario. Both bodies of water have played. City of Waddington also a big part of that. Chris Johnston, you see down there. We go past Carl Jockins to the other side of that island. Robert G., our tournament leader, right there. Third place, Trey McKinney's where we're going to land.
You could tell right there, looking at those landmarks, fishing right outside of the city of Clayton, New York. A lot of rich history there.
Yep. Feels big. Oh yeah. Or maybe not. Oh yeah, I think it'll help. I can't tell. Oh yeah, he'll help. Get in this boat. All right. Doing all right now, I think. I don't really know how big he is. I think he's bigger than the one I got in the box. Honestly, maybe not. It's a good one though. Yeah, that's what I thought. Come on. Green. 4.5. Dude, this is gonna put us close to, like.
A few ounces there for Trey McKinney.
We heard him say that he had around 25 pounds, and when he weighed his fish, his Bass Track still has him at 23.13. So,
okay.
Everybody's going to be a little bit low, maybe, except for Mr. G. Maybe
G is always
low.
4 to 8 ounces low.
A lot, not compared to others.
Oh, no. There is so many of them down there. I wish we were doing this all day. They're just loaded now. This one doesn't feel big though. Pounder, I think. Well, he might help. That'd be close. Be close.
Well, they're all the same size.
I wish we had
across the
another
board,
hour
quarter to
because they were
quarter, yes,
biting
yeah.
and they're loaded down there right now.
Could be a couple ounces. 4, so a little bit of help there. Yeah.
Robert G. led to start the morning, 13 ounces ahead of Corey Johnston. He was almost 5 pounds up on Trey McKinney, and same on Chris Johnston. Exactly 5 on Chris Johnston.
So how we have it right here, Trey McKinney is hooked up.
Uh-oh.
Robert G. is gassing up on the way home.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
If Trey says he has 25 and it's 23, heavy 23 on Bass Track, he's still going to be, that cuts his deficit in half from what it's listed on Bass Track. If we think Corey is 2.5 to 3 pounds light, he's going to be dead even.
Oh my gosh.
With G on Bass.
G.
Yeah.
Okay.
That minus not that big. Yeah, it is, actually.
You have the top 3 within a pound, basically.
Oh!
Wow.
How about this backup spot right around Clayton we haven't seen all week long?
Holy cow. What in the world?
Freaking go, dude. I don't know if it's 5 or not. It's got to be close.
It's got to.
Yeah, it is. That's 26 pounds, baby. That's 26 pounds. Dude, I just want to go back right now. Heck, if I don't win, don't win. Holy cow, I would never. If you told me,
half a pound of the Century Club.
26 pounds, I call you a light.
You need 26.10 to get 100 pounds even. 26.11 to tie Robert G.
Wow.
He was in there for a little while.
That's a
Let's see.
look at what he's culling.
Just to make sure he's not bigger than the other one. I was like, dude, that's a big one. And also,
How big was it?
5.
Huh.
Put in as a 5'10" on Bass Truck. He's got 98.11, 25.5.
Chunky dunk, baby. Let's get it.
Some kind of day.
What is going on? Woo. Dude, I hit it.
And there is Robert G. filling up, gassing up in Clayton, New York, ready to make the ride back, gamble with what he has. And Trey McKinney, man, on a spot we have not seen him on this tournament, with a big call moments ago.
We're getting ready to leave. I want to hit one more place, and then we got to go. We can't risk anything, having as much weight as we do. Dude, it like, same thing with today, just led, and all of a sudden it's like, we got a pretty good bag of them. You gotta step back. You do catch a lot more in the river. I don't know, we caught them pretty good this morning.
Oh, yeah. It's pretty great.
Honestly, yeah. Oh my goodness.
.510 is the Phoenix Boats big bass of the day. He's got 4 of the top 6 on that list.
Wow. Uh-oh.
He's
Whoa,
hooked up.
hey now.
I gotta hurry up and get down there to the big one. I'll take back what I ever said to anybody about smallmouth fishing.
Well,
take it back.
Had a little spot up his sleeve right there. Power pole replay of the day. Rookie of the year, Bassmaster Elite Series 2024. And if you look at what he caught at Diablo's Trench earlier this morning, and this one right here just outside of the city of Clayton, and made the comment he has yet another spot on the way back that he's going to stop on. Power pole replay of the day. Young Trey McKinney with a big one right here, and pretty impressive what he called out with this one right here.
It's gotta be close.
Well, he took the lead early this morning. Held on to it for a good little while. Did Trey McKinney, a newly crowned rookie
Could
of the
he win
year.
Angler of the Year? No, he can't win Angler of the Year.
No, but Rookie of the Year. Absolutely. There's the leaderboard as it stands right now. He is tucked up there pretty close behind our leader, Robert G, as it stands right now. Corey Johnston just a little bit behind him, and there's Chris Johnston. Got anglers running. We got a few fishing still in the river here. So we got more to bring you. Live coverage is going to continue from the Humminbird Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River. Robert G, the rookie, trying to hold off another rookie, Trey McKinney, in the waning hours of the final day of fishing. Bassmaster Elite Series from the Humminbird Elite on the St. Lawrence River there, Waddington, New York. And all that implies, that means the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario always a fantastic final stop at the end. Well, for the last few years, the final stop at the end of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Robert G, the rookie on top. Trey McKinney, the rookie right behind him. Then the Johnston brothers. Man, oh man, we knew it was not going to be a runaway here today. It's maybe even a little closer than any of us had dared to imagine. It absolutely really looks tight at the top during that one. One more hour of Bassmaster Live for you to cap off the season, for the Elite Series anyway. We'll have more coming later this year from Bassmaster Opens, also some redfish action for you later in the year.
Yeah, I came back up the river just to fish some old stuff. Try to cull out some of those little ones. But I'm not seeing a ton. I just saw one. He went down on my bait a couple times. Looked like a pretty good one, but like I say, I'm just trying to figure something out. I didn't practice in the river, so I spent my whole practice in the lake. So we're just kind of winging it at this point. Those fish down there by the lake, I couldn't get them to bite. Saw quite a few of them. That place I started on is always an early spot, and for some reason they just kind of disappear. I don't know where they go. So we're just trying to gain as much weight as we possibly can. I've got 3, or 2 for sure, sub 3 pounders that I need to get rid of. If I can just catch a couple 4s, at least maybe I'll have 20 pounds. I knew it was going to be tough, like I said.
Shane has had his limit for a good long time here.
Hi, Shane.
Trying to find the ones to pump it up a little bit. Just has not been an easy task on this final day. Kind of weathered out of his spot that he was able to utilize yesterday.
That was really the biggest story of this tournament after days 1 and 2, and so many of the anglers that you are watching today not being able to get back out into the lake where the primary areas were definitely threw a curveball that played right into Chris Johnston's hands. Back over to Trey McKinney live.
Uh-oh, here he comes. Here he comes, come on. I got a whole group of them chasing it. Hang on 1 second. Oh, come on. Come on. You won't do it, come on. Well, I realize I need like a giant to cull, so I don't know what I'm gonna do. I mean, there's still chances to catch one, but dude, catching a 5.5 pounder, you don't do it everywhere. In the river, the biggest one I've caught is like, I think 5.3. They want to eat it so bad. The whole group followed it. I figured I'd get one bite and go, but because I hadn't even got these fish to bite yet. That's the first bite I've had here. I'm about to run back. I don't want to get beat to death. I've had the best day I've ever had. I'm happy. I'm not going to try to push it. And should I push it, randomly maybe catch a 6-pounder? That would be wonderful. But odds getting beat to death on the way back trying to push it, I don't know. I think I've had the best day of my life on smallmouth in a tournament, and go. Should drift a drop shot through them, but I'm not going to. Because I got one to bite, and now they're everywhere, just scattered, and they're not set up. Let's see what's... Got an hour and 20 to get back right now. I want to say something major would have to happen for me not to get back, but I'm gonna leave on, no. I'm gonna leave here pretty soon. Gosh, today's been fun. Been so good. I gotta find my chapstick or my lips are gonna fall off. It's the only thing sunburnt lips is like the most pain, like windburnt and sunburnt. Not like you can just put a Band-Aid over it.
Best day smallmouth fishing, he had 25.10 on day 2. So if he has improved upon that, he's scaring both the Tidal and Century Built. Another Century Built.
Get ready, hopefully he bites it. It looked good. Kenny. Oh my God, he's small. He looked big when he jumped.
Another great year for Walters. Victory with, if he didn't have Florida, which was his downfall, he'd probably be vying for the AOY title, like you guys all predicted before the year started.
That's right.
Patrick Walters.
That's right.
Who did you predict, Suge?
I don't know. Chris Johnston.
Like 2 minutes.
Drew Cook.
Having a time.
Ah, see.
He narrowly made the classic.
Patrick will be at it next year.
This
You
is a
can bet on
Bass.
that.
Absolutely.
That
Will
dang
be.
grown one.
And I don't think it matters where we go.
We lost him. It's 2 of them right here.
This will bring his AOY average way down, though.
That can't be a bad.
12th in AOY for Patrick Walters compared to his 4 top 5s in a row. Unreal. Second worst career season of his career. 16th his rookie year.
I think I ciphered him up as one of the fastest $2 million. I think it was in 77 events, Patrick Walters. The Johnsons are in their mid-60s, and if Corey wins today, he gets it. Chris has done it when he gets his AOY 100 grand.
He'll be close.
The only designation between those is Walters began his Elite Series career from college to the Opens to the Elite Series, and the Johnstons had like a successful professional, like they were older, yeah. So they're like
professional, yeah.
Not the first of their career, but with Bass, yes, 100%.
You want to hear a big disappointment this week? Jason Christie came in 52nd AOY. He needed a top 15, did not get it done. Leaves him $5 grand short of hitting $2 million in earnings. I bet he probably doesn't even follow that.
Don't you do it. Eli will get hurt. The fact that I have no idea where my bait is, probably not on it. Yeah. Gosh, the fish is moving so fast. Yep, and a Houdini'd. That's what they all do. If you don't get on them first or second cast, they're just like, count. I like that one. Oh my goodness. Time you got? Let's call it. Fish around the boat ramp for a little bit. I don't feel like getting stranded.
As Trey McKinney makes his way back to Waddington, New York for the weigh-in, the culmination of the Bassmaster Elite Series season. That means Falcon Rod's Drain the Lake is coming to an end. I'm here at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge and wanted to go over the team of the year like we did with Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. Same goes for Falcon Rod's Drain the Lake. If you don't know and maybe you haven't played Falcon Rod's Drain the Lake and you just do the standard 5-bucket fantasy fishing, you should get into it for next year. It is very fun. You pick one angler, one time. You get to use them and you lose them. So pick them for Lake Murray, you use them and hopefully they do well. Pick them for St. Lawrence. You have to save your team, be strategic, and know 80 at least out of the 100 Elite Series pros because you have to use up your whole team. So 10 events, counting the Classic. Janessa Belaski, I'll say JB, Team JB.
I think it's Gene Sabalaski.
Gene Sabalaski.
17,764 points overall, narrowly leading over second, third, fourth. They are all so tight. The only thing that's a problem, none of the top 4 teams have Robert G. or Trey McKinney, who are the top 2 anglers right now on the leaderboard. The next closest team that does would be 5th place Hot Tots, Team Hot Tots. Too far back to win, though. So one thing that's for sure, you always want to pick a winner in Drain the Lake. You get double points for that. Only 3 winners chosen this year for Team JB. Patrick Walters at Murray, Taku Ito at Smith, and got the Classic right. And because it's the Bassmaster Classic, it's just worth more. It's triple points. So basically picked 4 winners this season because the Classic is weighted so heavy. So congrats to those teams. The grand prizes will start to get doled out over the next month or so. Tommy, I can say that we've recovered. Second half of the season.
Okay.
We made it to the top 500 in the world.
There you go.
And you know what? I'll take solace in that. There's a lot of players. I think 35,000 players. So
wow.
I'll take 500.
Drain the Lake is your game, and you did it all before the season.
I think Kyle Jesse beat me, though. It makes me so mad.
Come on.
And I do have Rob G. and the Johnsons fishing today.
The season,
no, he did.
No, he did not. There's a huge,
he knew momentum. He cheated
there.
with momentum.
Okay,
yeah.
That's right. Weigh-in starting at 3 p.m. Eastern Time right here on Bassmaster.com. All 10 anglers have to check in by that time. When it's all done, we will have ourselves the 9th winner of the year for this incredible 2024 season. So set that down and know that it's coming up soon.
Absolutely.
The Humminbird Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River. An incredible week and good time right now to sit and look back at what we have seen, and it's always terrific every time we end our season or any time during the year when we come to the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario. Let's take a look at some of the performances that have caught our eye, and they are many. We've had some magic moments during this special week. Let's start it out with our Angler of the Year, Chris Johnston.
Yeah, let's do that, Tommy Sanders. And your Humminbird unlocked the lake. And it was a little bit itchy-scratchy on days 1 and 2 for Chris Johnston, your Angler of the Year winner. In fact, day 2, at one time, all of us in the studio were kind of worried, is Chris Johnston going to actually make the cut? He did that, caught right around 21 pounds. A lot of his work throughout this tournament, little 1/4-ounce jig head minnow. And the interesting thing about Chris Johnston in this tournament, it was one of the only times we have heard him say, get ready for this, I'm not sure I could catch a limit going into day 1. Wait, what?
No.
A lot of his areas were out on the Canadian side of Lake Ontario and then moving into the river right around Carlton Island. Known community hole that actually this man right here put on the map. Chris Johnston, a monstrous day 3, over 29 pounds of bass.
Day 3, weather kicked up. Water got way more heavy in the wind as well, and that's where he gains an advantage.
29 pounds, 5 ounces on day 3, tied for the biggest limit of smallmouth bass in B.A.S.S history, along with Brian Smith, who did it the prior year. That helped him lead to the Bassmaster Angler of the Year trophy.
What a moment for Chris Johnston and family out there. What a moment for Canada, the first Canadian ever winner of the Bassmaster, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year award. And now to his brother Corey. equally giant threat, always in the background in everyone's mind who's fished here in the last 6 years.
The only word you can use for Corey Johnston, dude, is an animal. One of the only anglers to decide to run out into the lake on days 3 and days 4. So nice. Beautiful upstate New York weather on days 1 and 2. Well, it reared its ugly head in a big way as we got to the midpoint of this event. Corey Johnston, always so consistent, fishing around the Amherst Island. We'll just call it the Amherst Island region, from call it 20 out to 29 feet of water. And if you really, throughout day 3, actually, seeing Corey staring at his forward-facing sonar, got seasick, did a little bit of chumming over the sides, recovering, and yet another big finish. Again, a lot of his work with a jig head minnow in this event.
It's incredible, Tommy Z, that he was tied with Robert G after day 2 of this event. 52 pounds, 7 ounces.
Yeah.
Had relatively calm conditions day 1 and 2, and he was tied. Not leading, but still able to keep pace with the weather that was thrown his way on day 3 and 4. That is impressive because they bite well in this weather, Z, but it is so hard to do your job.
The other thing is actually making the run from Waddington to where he was just
Yes.
at, and then collecting your marbles and getting the work done. From there, your Rookie of the Year winner, Trey McKinney from Southern Illinois, getting it done here on big smallmouth fishing, that same community hole off of Carlton Island. And the interesting thing is watching Trey throughout this week, a lot of work with a drop shot and a jig head minnow. Got a little love from a one Robert G on day 3 of this tournament about that deal. The thing about Trey McKinney, a little bit more off into the main shipping channel, a little bit deeper than guys like Chris Johnston and Robert G. Big year for the rookie, Trey McKinney.
What was the main channel called right there?
Diablo's Trench.
Oh, Diablo's Trench.
Yes.
Well, Trey McKinney has made it a habit of landing in seemingly the right places just about everywhere he's been as far as
a good
fishing
point.
spots go.
Yes.
For sure.
And this 19-year-old, I mean, he was 18 when the season started, 19 when he wins at Lake Fork. He's got a lot to learn, and he's going to learn that hopefully, but he's got a bright future. He has the skill, the ability, and the desire. Spent a month here after Smith knowing he had just messed up his whole season, and he's not good at smallmouth. I've got to figure it out, put in free practice time, and it has yielded him a great finish here.
Yes, not good at smallmouth. I don't know about that. He was one of the most consistent of the whole crew. And of course, this magic moment for the young man, the 19-year-old from Illinois, being crowned the Bassmaster Rookie of the Year.
And really hard to describe without Smith Lake. You talked about it. He would have blown the Angler of the Year trophy away this season.
Great highs, some great lows, but the big high at the end of the year for that man. And another rookie, is this going to be the big high at the end of the year? Because he's gotten close.
Man.
He's got a 4th, a 3rd, and a 2nd throughout this season.
When we started at Toledo Bend, Z, you were sitting right there between me and Tommy, and we didn't know, of all the rookies, we knew less about Robert G than most. A lot of these other ones came in with pedigree from the college series or from YouTube, things like that. We knew about them. Robert G just did his job in the opens, stayed consistent, didn't have much flair, so we had a lot to learn. And boy, 9 events later, Z, we have learned a lot. And this man is young, fun to watch, and boy, he can catch them.
He's a good guy, man. He's been fun to cover, genuine from Tennessee. And looking at what he's done, hey, granted, it may be a big-time community hole. In fact, he's the one that called it that this is a community hole off of Carlton Island. But to do what he did in this tournament and take down 2 of the giants of this area, Corey and Chris Johnston.
Boom, baby.
Big week for rookie Robert G. The happy Ewok.
And not even just the fishing aspect of his tournament week. Managing emotions with what was dealt. Like that is hard when you have the sheriff pull up and say, hey,
the
this is mine.
stormtrooper.
I understand.
Well, that will do it right there. Some great looks at the things that happened this week on the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario. What a tournament. And that's it for today. The Humminbird. Unlock the lake.
Just absolutely killed it. A lot of our anglers making their way back to Waddington. See, Robert G is Creeping on back over to Jordan Lee live.
After 5 events, we were. Will this
we
guy
got
win Angler of the
50.
Year?
Yeah, absolutely.
7 minutes left.
Stumbled it home.
I'm drifting in the river, trying to coal up. I wish those big ones would have bit for y'all today, because, I mean, yesterday was just unbelievable. That's how I've been snake bit all year when the cameras got it in my boat. It's like the day before is just magical. I don't know, they got real weird, pressured. And I just couldn't even get them to bite. My biggest fish came out there, but it was either stay out there and come in with maybe two or three fish, or just try to salvage something and at least catch some fish. But we did that, so I mean, I'm not mad about it. So it's been fun. Didn't win the tournament, but man, caught just a memorable bag. But I really don't want to make that run again. I think I've ran over, I was doing the math running back, I ran over 600 miles in just this week, about 160 miles a day for 4 days. I think that's if I did the math right, but it's just been a long run. The boat traffic's been getting a little worse every day, it seems like. Oh yeah, I mean, there's the spot I was looking for. I remember there's some rocks right through here. I've been trying to find them. I've caught some fish here before. Don't have any of my waypoint. Yeah, it feels great. I mean, you know, I practice right. You know, practicing out there near the lake, and you know, found an area I could fish no matter what the wind was. So I mean, that's really all you can ask for. You know, to make a top 10 against this bunch, I mean, there's no easy task. So I've definitely enjoyed it. Wouldn't have done anything different this week, so we'll take it. End the year on a good note. And look forward to next year. Definitely learned a lot, you know, this week. But I think it looked like the moral or the story of the week was how close can you get to the lake, and you know, how far can you run out there? You know, that's where seemed like the quality of fish definitely was. But I wish I'd have spent some time here just to know a little bit more, but I learned a little bit.
Hard-headed jokers.
Tommy, is that one last grebe in the upper right-hand corner of Caleb Summerall's camera? I don't know. It's too close. It's all blurred up and whatnot.
It's a giant whatever.
Halloween,
Right. Just incredible.
spooky
half
bugs.
the size of Caleb Summerall.
Yep, half the size of Clayton. Appear to be. We'll keep our eye on that. You can count on us.
Whatever it is, it's near the cameraman's face, so you better watch out.
Caleb Summerall looking good for that classic. He was telling us about how good he felt about what he was able to get done at the end of this season.
I talked to him last night and
imagine how big them waves are in that
congratulated him.
You imagine how big them waves are in that lake right now? I heard that.
Really?
He said I might stay in the river and fish closer so y'all have somebody to catch some fish early this morning. So I appreciate him and Jerben doing that. He did.
Yeah, he did that for us. Absolutely. He made good on his promise.
I'm not going to tell you to, but if you do, I'll say thanks.
One thing pretty amazing with Robert G right now, today, 5 bites. Landed all 5 of those bites. You lose one of those bass, you do not win this tournament. Think about that. Of all, I mean,
that is remarkable.
That's
a great
aimlessly at the batting cage on day 2 of this tournament. Oh. That is a staggering thought right there.
On any of the days did we see him lose very many fish at all?
Absolutely.
I think everyone pretty much had a worse batting average than he did.
One thing that I've really watched with forward-facing sonar and jig head minnow stuff, because that's kind of what the world is now. There is a dramatic difference, and I know a bunch of our viewers that do that. There is a dramatic difference of your hookup and catch ratio in a 1/4 ounce to a 3/8 ounce. You land so many more with a 1/4 ounce. You get up around that 3, especially if you get near a 1/2 ounce. And it was funny, I think it was Chris Johnston. I think it was Chris Johnston on Champlain was even talking about that a little bit.
And Fouts was the one. He upsized and landed all of them and was like, I'm so glad I'm landing them.
Right.
And then the next day he lost like all of them.
Yeah.
Right. And the other thing that 3/8, and I was really talking to Robert G about this after day 1, it did not make that jig head minnow in the current flush natural in that current. I said, can you upsize? Can you go to a 3/8 or a 1/2 ounce? He said, can't get bad. He goes, it slides that current too fast.
Yeah.
And we saw it when that one shot of his forward-facing sonar that was almost perfect. His bait landed at, as Caleb Summerall's hooked up, his bait landed at 70 to 75 feet, and it slowly came through the column down to 50 feet away, right on top of the fish, and was able to be in their strike zone for so much longer.
Hey, easy hammer. We got 5, baby.
There you go.
Good for Caleb Summerall.
Yeah.
Good tournament.
Moving closer and closer to check-in time. Less than 20 minutes away, these guys have to be reporting in Waddington. So they're all very near the city of Waddington, and the weigh-in, which commences at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. We want to keep reminding you of that. That's going to wrap up our season. It will be fun to watch. Very, very close at the top. Robert G., Trey McKinney right on his heels. The 2 Johnston brothers out there is good. We've seen some great, great stuff during the course of today. And we'll see a little bit more when we come back. The St. Lawrence River, Waddington, New York, Bassmaster Elite Series final stop of the year here in New York State at the Humminbird Bassmaster Elite, and we are quickly running out of time. Not much more than 13, 12 minutes before these guys have to check in. That's the way our leaderboard. These are estimated weights, not official. Nothing's official until the weigh-in is complete, and of course that shows Robert G. on top, slim margin ahead of fellow rookie Trey McKinney, and the 2 giants, monsters of the midway here for sure, Corey Johnston and Chris Johnston in 3rd and 4th place. So Robert G's week and Robert G's year has been phenomenal.
Absolutely, really looking what Robert G. has done all week long. Day number 1, he said it was a grinder, 25 pounds and 12 ounces. And listen, coming into this tournament, we heard this was going to be a tougher event. Well, Yeah, not so much, because a lot of these weights were caught in 2 hours and 45 minutes after a lot of our anglers made the run all the way from Waddington, New York. Day 2, 26 pounds and 11 ounces, and I know Robert G did everything he could to burn it down himself.
Oh, day 2, we were begging him to quit. Please stop. Don't do it.
Day number 3 had a little bit of help in his back pocket with Chris Johnston, 25 pounds and 11 ounces. Most of his work, quarter-ounce jig head minnow fishing from 30 feet of water out to, call it 52 feet towards the main shipping channel of the St. Lawrence River. And here's the best way to put it. Basically, the west face of an island that the current hits, and this was the only spot that Robert G had.
Robert G going out there on day number 3.
Wow, good for him.
Really just wailed on. We could not believe that he was still catching them like that, one after the other, for periods of time.
And really, before our commercial break, and I was thinking about this, every bite counted today. And to execute in all those waves, only get 5 bites and crack, and this makes Such crazy, unofficially cracked the 100-pound mark. Big hats off to a good dude, a great rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
And I just looked back at Bass Track the last 3 days, Tommy. He has been 1 pound low, which is far worse than he was at Champlain each day. 24 and change on day 1, 25 and change on day 2, and 24 and change yesterday. He has been a pound low each day. That means he might have a little more cushion than we think.
All right, well, as we watch him, Bandit, you just watch him work, and he transmits the joy of fishing, that is for sure. It makes it look easy because he's enjoying it. He is in his element here. So Robert G,
him, man.
He can hang on. Yeah.
Took down some giants, too.
Getting for the cycle. He's got a 4th, a 3rd, a 2nd. This time around, could make it a 1. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So one more time into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. It's so great having you here all week long, all of you who've been with us all week long. Earlier today, when we left our show on FS1, I made a quick little bit of time to thank everyone who's been such a big part of it this year and through the years. Our crew here in the Bassmaster Studios, fantastic, on location, including Dave and Davey out there doing terrific work all week long. Of course, we got Ronnie Moore, Mike Such-Sukan, and Z, Mark Zona. One milestone I made a big deal out of marking is the fact that with the completion this week, the Elite Series, that's 20 years in the seat for you. And my point about that is, from the very first minute, you have moved the needle for the fans, for the viewers, all time. I mean, 24/7, all through those years, and I'm so in awe of you.
This has been a privilege to sit here to cover this sport, which I try to do with honesty and integrity. This sucks. Hey, look, Karen and I decided several weeks ago, we talked to Mike McInnes and Chase Anderson. I have nothing but love for this company, but it was time. We're going to do Zona World, and that's a handful. That takes a lot of time throughout the years, but I mean this so, from my heart, from my family's heart. I'm shaking right now. Bassmaster, the anglers, biggest thing, the fans, and this building. 1200 Scott Street, everybody in this building upstairs, and Mike McInnes and you, Tommy, Ronnie and Such and Dave and everything has been my life, and it will be my life. I'll still be around. I don't know. I don't even know what to say right now, but I mean this sincerely. I want to say this. Thank you. Thank you for everything you taught me, and you made me a better person. All right, let's do a power pole replay of the day, man. Just do something right now.
That's it.
I will still be a part of this company because this company means so much to me, and this sport means the world to me. Thank you.
Well, you have made this sport. You have sat in that seat. I mean, nobody's done it like you. You are one of the best analysts. I mean, top tier, top 10, all sports, across all sports. And you were that way when you arrived here. And I just can't believe that I was lucky enough just to be along, just to watch, just to participate and get a little bit of your light shining on me. It's made the difference in my life.
You're the best.
It has.
All right. But we got a lot of years, and I probably piled on way too much Zona show work coming up, so the majority of the production, trailer, and animation department will absolutely hate me by next year's Bassmaster Classic. So anyway, dude, it has been the best ride, and I cannot thank the viewers, Bass, everybody. I'm being redundant right now. From my heart, this has been my Monday Night Football, and I did it.
You did it. Like no one else.
We're done. We're done. We're done.
Love you, man.
Thank you.
Did it well.
Don't be missed.
Well, how about some love for this guy now, Chris Johnston, as we're passing some love around.
You wanted to change.
All right, let's go. All right, Chris Johnston. Hey, all honesty, what this dude did here this week, what this dude has done on this body of water, really, for the past almost decade, you cannot say enough. First Canadian angler to ever win an Elite Series tournament. First Canadian angler to win Bassmaster Angler of the Year. This is the most disjointed end to a show everywhere. Hats off to a buddy, Chris Johnston, your 2024 Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
One of the greatest awards, of course, the Twin Towers, the Classic and Bassmaster Angler of the Year, and the first time for a Canadian. Christian had the family with him all during the season. Maybe that's made the difference.
I love families.
Always so consistent. Down south, lakes, rivers, Great Lakes, smallmouth, spotted bass. It doesn't matter. Seems that the Johnstons are always well prepared for these tournaments, and it looks. I mean, when you start the year with the top 10, and your worst finish is just outside of the cut, you've had a great season.
Absolutely.
28th man, only the 28th man to win AOY.
What's weird is I said this earlier, I said it yesterday. So hard with him, all the information he shares with his brother, they cannibalize each other in a lot of tournaments. I really thought this would be the hardest title for one of them to win. Yeah. You could see them win a classic, you could see them win individual events, but to do that all year with how closely they work together, hats off to those two, because it is absolutely a family effort.
Yeah, these past years at the St. Lawrence and Lake Ontario would not be the same without those two. I mean, and they have really taught us what can be achieved, the actual potential that people have to do things great on this.
What a tournament, man. Honestly, if this is going to be my last one, it was the right way to roll up out of here.
Oh, well, the weigh-in's coming up here, right, just in seconds away. Thank you again. Love you all. We will see you next time here on Bassmaster Live.